Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Shadrusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, welcoming you all for this very special evening for the Devi Parashakti Bhavasamadhi Darshan program and Akashic reading Parashakti herself. So let us all get ready and prepare ourselves to receive Parashakti today. So today we will be having the demonstration of the extraordinary powers of third eye before we have the darshan of Parashakti, understanding who is Devi Parashakti, what are Akashic readings, and what all questions can we ask Parashakti, and how can we benefit from an Akashic reading session. Direct darshan and diksha by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Parashakti herself is manifesting through the Nija Avatara, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So we'll have a quick glance of what is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So what is Samadhi? So Samadhi is you being one with the cosmos, the source. So when you adopt the right attitude, the right bhava with the source, then that becomes the bhava samadhi. So the bhava which you choose, for example, you choose the matru bhava, connecting with Parashakti as your mother. So the aspect, the bhava which you choose, through that bhava you becoming one with the source again and again is the bhava samadhi, which you'll be experiencing every time when you are witnessing the darshan of Devi Parashakti bhava samadhi darshan. So the science is the divine cosmic beings are real and they manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time space zone. So, when these divine beings, when they manifest through the deities, they are the Archavataras, which we worship in the temples. And when they manifest through the Nija Avataras, the incarnations, they literally give us the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So today, Devi Parashakti is going to be manifesting through the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And when you witness this Bhava Samadhi Darshan right in front of your screens, in front of your phone, in front of your laptop, so it simply awakens your Kundalini energy, which in ancient days, where all the sages, the saints, they used to literally sit for years together for this Kundalini energy to get awakened inside of them. But this inner potential energy is simply awakened effortlessly in each one of us just by connecting with the divine, the Nija Avatara. So when you connect with Parashakti and when the Kundalini energy is awakened, the extraordinary powers of third eye, they literally start expressing out of you like the third eye awakening, which you'll be witnessing now in a few minutes. The ability to have remote vision, so you can have a remote vision of something which is happening million miles away from you, and you'll be having the ability to scan anyone's body, your own body, and heal them. You'll be able to levitate, teleport, and materialize. So when this Kundalini energy awakens, when you're witnessing the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, neurologically your whole brain it comes alive. So that leads to a visible slowing of your aging process. So every time you are having the best opportunity to go younger, one day go younger, so your age keeps reducing and it improves your immunity to disease. So with increasing levels of this coherence, the whole brain when it comes alive, it literally turns into a superconductor of conscious energy that literally transforms you, heals you, and empowers you. So, spiritually, what happens? So, when you have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally it cleanses lifetimes of karmas and giving you the super conscious breakthrough. So, literally, like hitting the reset button on your being. So, during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we will also witness a very beautiful scientific concept that is called as the quantum tunneling or the mirroring of the neurons. For example, if you are watching a swimmer swim, the neuronal changes which happens in the swimmer's brain, it is exactly mirrored in your own brain also. So that is what exactly happens when you witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So your entire body, you doing without anything, just silently, without any movement, it recreates whatever is happening distances far away in the brain of the avatar. And Akashic readings are not a prediction. So it is not an astrological prediction. It is a direct revelation from the cosmic archive. So that is why it is not bound by time. So whatever has already happened, whatever is happening, and whatever is yet to happen is clearly already recorded. So with that, we'll be understanding a basic introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. So Supreme Pontiff is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are the enlightened masters and adepts. So Supreme Pontiff has made the science of power manifestation, the science of yoga and temple-based universities literally as a lifestyle for humanity. So Supreme Pontiff is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sabagnapeetham, the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajam, the present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of the Kailasonada Shyamala Pita Sarvajnapeetham, the present Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atal Akada, the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapura Madinam, and he is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism literally by a congregation of over 1,000 leaders, 1,000 pontiffs. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as the teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, most read, and most watched, who has authored 300 and more books, 10,000 articles in all languages, in English, Tamil, Sanskrit, and translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles, and over 20 million copies of books and articles which are literally sold, read, and downloaded, and over 10,000 hours of discourses. And he has enriched over 1 billion lives in the digital platform and respected as the commentator of all the ancient sacred scriptures, the Upanishads, the Bhagavad Gita, the Shiva Sutras, Yoga Sutras, the Brahma Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, the Jain Sutras. So the Supreme Pontiff is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, the Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, Sannyasis, and he is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, in the world with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and he is the establisher of 1,000 and plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems, who is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajnapeethas and the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. Yes, so this is a very, very short introduction to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and his contributions are huge and large to the humanity and Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So we will now be witnessing the live demonstration of the extraordinary powers of third eye, and we'll be having Nithyananda yogis and Balasans joining with us after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being, Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Yes. So welcome back. We will now be understanding the basic introduction to the extraordinary Shaktis of third eye. So the Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff, will be demonstrating the powers of third eye, and they will be sharing with us all the experiences and results of the extraordinary powers of the third eye. Yes. So in today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So we'll be manifesting the following powers today: the power of third eye, seeing with your eyes blindfolded, and scanning the body. Yes. So we'll now understand what are Shaktis, and joining with us is Manitya Yoga Pranananda, the Nithyananda Yogi of. Yes. Now can you unmute yourself?
Yes. In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest the 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, the divine powers. And manifesting powers, Shaktis, are described as a system, a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to the various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine.
Yes. So we'll now understand the difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. So Shaktis, they express from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and your high integrity with the Guru. Whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. So Shaktis are the source of enlightenment and Siddhis manifest when you are on the path of enlightenment.
So let us see a few more differences between Shaktis and Siddhis. The Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar. And Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment.
So who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva. So Paramashiva, the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form and causality, as the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence. He performs the Panchakritya, the 5 cosmic acts of Shrishti, which is creation, Sthiti, the sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Throbhava, which is pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, that is liberating grace for all the living entities.
So the avatar of Paramashiva has landed down in the form of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008 living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, which is a great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle, and for the first time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences to the world and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking, never accomplished before speed.
Yes. So then this knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through the Diksha, the initiation by the enlightened Gurus. So the Supreme Pontiff, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, he was trained and taught these sciences by all these Gurus whom you are watching in the picture which is projected, and to revive the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions of people to manifest this science of our manifestation in various disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, the Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana.
So, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? So, let us learn how we manifest all these extraordinary Shaktis. Every ultimate truth, jnana, mapped into your consciousness, prajna, manifests as a possibility and a power of every being, prajnana. So let us watch a small video which explains what
Diksha
is
is the
Diksha and
direct
what
transfer
happens
of
when we get
spiritual
the Diksha
energy
from the
by an
avatar.
enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarvasamapi Dikshanam Muktihi Phalamakhanditam Avirodhat Bhavantyeva Prasangyastu Bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi Diksha Vihinasya Na Siddhihi Na Cha Sadgatihi Tasmat Sarva Prayatnena Guruna Dikshito Bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Birdi.
Yes. So now we'll understand the authentication of these signs of our manifestation through the four aspects of evidences. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truths which are revealed in source scriptures. Next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of the Aptas or authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time-tested and verified the science. The Atma Pramana, or the account of the Supreme Pontiff Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam's own personal experience of the manifestation. Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus, so that the pure science where ultimate truths are explained. And agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. So Veda agamas are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, they are the eternal, unchangeable truths. So a reference cited from these Shastras or so scripture is called the Shastra Pramana. So let us now witness the unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye by our Nithyananda yogis and Balasans. So before that, we will now go through the various evidences, the scriptural references for the power of third eye. We'll now move on to the Shastra Pramana. Kapalantarvano nyasa tishtan milita lochanaha kramena manaso dhardhyat lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva.
Next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And in the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna beautifully narrates the cosmic form of Bhagavan Krishna, which he sees through the third eye. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्य मे योगमैश्वरम्. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence.
Yes, we'll
Inside and
now move on to the
outside
Atma
growth.
Pramana.
The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside.
Yes, now we'll move on to the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence of observation and scientific experimentation. So you can see the study measures and compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in conscious and meditative states in the supreme context brain by using the positron emission tomography. So the results were like when they're doing daily activities, the high activity was measured in the brain where the third eye was located. And when in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the brain was resting at peace. And now we will get ready to witness the Sakshi Pramana, the live Sakshi Pramana by our Nithyananda yogis who are now joining with us to show the demonstration of the power of third eye.
So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So you can see that along with me, I have this medically tested eye band, and in front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge with two holes where the eyes can comfortably sit, and under is completely covered with the sponge, even on top. And you can see that there's a strap which comfortably straps the eye band to your head. So this is the eye band that I'll be placing on Virija, who is going to be manifesting the extraordinary Shakti of the power of third eye reading today. So you can see again once just before I place the eye band on her. And to make it even more foolproof, I am opening the eye band in front of your eyes, and Ma Virija is not going to be touching the eye band. So I'm opening the eye band in front of your eyes, and I'm placing the eye band on her. Yes. Ma Virija, are you comfortable? Yes. Yes. So you can see Ma Virija's eyes are completely tied. I request you to turn to the right, left, up, down, all around. Yes. So you can see Ma Virija's eyes are completely covered, and to make it even more foolproof, she will not be touching the eye band. And all of you can start posting any comments you would like in the Kailasa's SPH YouTube channel. And Ma Virija will be reading out your comments being blindfolded. So you can post emojis, stickers, numbers, letters. You can post anything you want. You can post long medical terms, hard words. You can post anything, and Ma Virija will be manifesting this extraordinary Shakti. Yes, I request the YouTube comments to be projected. So all of you can continue posting any comments you would like. You can also call your family and friends so they can see this extraordinary demonstration. And right after this power of third eye will also be manifesting the power of body scanning. So you can call all your family and friends. They can also get the body scanning. You can show them these extraordinary Shaktis and how they are being manifested. Yes, I request all of you to just be patient. We're opening the YouTube comments. Okay. Yes, so latest comment which is posted in Kailasa's HDH YouTube channel is by Zen Mon saying, Om Shreem Hreem Shreem Glaum Gam Ganapatiye Varavarada Sarva Janma Vishmane Swaha. Yes. Okay, that was amazing. So she just chanted a whole mantra with her eye band on. Yes, I request all of you to continue posting comments. Yes, Hirendranath Ayas has asked, please bless me with Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Prema Naik has posted, when will my husband become understanding and supportive to me? And a question mark. And Sanjay Vikari has posted, Bansuri, Sitar, Tabla, Harmonium. These are the instruments, yeah. Continue reading. Anup K. Ayas posted a number pattern. So he has typed 1 1 2 3 5 8 1 3 2 1 3 4. And Sanjay Vikari has again posted wonderful with 1 2
I request the comment section to be zoomed.
Okay. So
He has
we'll just be
posted wonderful with exclamatory marks.
okay. Amazing. I request all of you to continue posting. You can post anything. You can post long mantras, emojis.
Yes, so Exterior Views has posted. Okay, yes, so Hirendranath Iyer has posted Super Ma Om. It's wonderful. If you want, you can also post a lot of emojis and anything you can. You can also post the world's largest word also. Yeah, anything is fine. Yes, Prem Naik has posted. I want to die in Samadhi Sthiti. Before that, I want to read many spiritual books and much more. Yes, yeah, sure, you can do it. And also, by like saying you want to experience Nirvikalpa Samadhi state, you can get initiated into these powers. And each time you manifest these powers, your consciousness hit the Nirvikalpa Samadhi state there.
Okay, that is amazing. So you can see how Ma Virija is able to even respond and is able to.
Okay.
She's just sitting as if she's with her eyes open, responding, reading all the comments. Yes, you can continue.
Prem Naikas again has posted, will I be able to finish in this Janma? Sure, yeah. Just pray to Swamiji, just connect to Swamiji, you will definitely get the Nirvikalpa Samadhi state experience in this birth itself, yeah. And Carlos Santos has posted, Vedic science is the future of education. That's true, Aya. And Hirendranath Iyer again has posted Chandi Navakshari Mantra, which is Om Haim Rim Klim Chamundai Viche. And Shekhar Nityananda was posted. Shekhar Nitya Vamadeva Shiva Shekhar is posted. Jai Jai. Yes, Jai Jai Nityananda. A Namaskar emoji, a heart, a thumbs up emoji, and a heart emoji. And again a Namaskar emoji. Kailasa Tirchangodi Gokul Raj is posted. Nityananda, yes, Nityananda Maya, I welcome you to the segment of the Parashakti Sakashik reading.
Yes, all of you can continue posting your comments.
Okay, looks like the comment section has been flooding up. So, Srinitya Krita Nanda Yashodan has posted an emoji like this. You know that. And Nityanandam, amazing, 2 dots. And he said, keep up, an exclamation mark. Anup K. has posted 100 emoji. Sanjay Vikari has again posted a tiger, a monkey, and a koala. Extra views has posted, you can't die in Samadhi, you can only attain in Samadhi. Shri Nitya Kritan Yashodan has posted, wow. Edson Montari has posted, hi ma, and a heart with below like a dot, like a heart is there, and like there's a just like a dot below it. And Prem Naik has asked, should I do anything else or just continue to do sadhana and services? And that too, question mark. Yeah, Swami just said that just by seeking the truth, you will achieve the truth. So you seek for what you want and you'll achieve it, Aya.
Yes, all of you can continue posting. So amazing how continuously the comments are flooding in and Marvel is just reading it as it is going. Amazing. So we'll be manifesting this power for some more time. So all of you can continue posting your comments.
Okay. Hirendranath Iyer posted Om Shakti Brahma Yogananda. Yes, Priya Sai is posted, you're doing good.
Yes, you can read the next comment, Navidija.
Yes, Prem Naik has posted, I'm looking for a devotee boy for my daughter and 3 full stops and asked, will my wish be fulfilled, and an exclamation mark. Yes, with a question mark.
Yes.
So yes, you can definitely get Devi Parashakti's Akash reading. Surely your wish will be fulfilled there by her.
Yes. So just with the blessings of Devi Parashakti, your wish can get fulfilled. So you can ask your um, question to Devi Parashakti when she comes live, and that time Devi Parashakti will answer you.
Yes, so Hirandana Tag again is posted Om Shakti Mahavidya.
Yes, amazing. Any more comments anyone wants to post? We'll be manifesting this for 2 more minutes. Anybody else wants to post any comments? You can post your comments, and then we'll be moving on to the next power of body scanning. Yes. Okay, so we'll be moving on to the power of body scanning now. We'll be moving on to the power of body scanning. So let us see the Atma Pramana, the Shastra Pramana, the Sakshi Pramana, and the Apta Pramana for this extraordinary power. But before that, I'll be removing the eye band for Mahavirija. Yes. So you can see how the eye band is intact and is exactly the same how how it was shown before. And this is how the extraordinary power of third eye was manifested just with the simple Diksha of Swamiji. So let us now see the next extraordinary Shakti, which is the power of body scanning.
Yes. So we had a beautiful introduction and demonstration of the power of third eye, the seeing with your blindfold and without using your two eyes. So hope all of you enjoyed. Now we'll move on to the next power demonstration. So the power of body scanning. So before we witness the demonstration and benefit from the power of body scanning, we will now go over the various pramanas, the scriptural evidences. So first is the Shastra Pramana. स्वदेहे जगतो वापि सूक्ष्म सूक्ष्मतराणि च तत्त्वानि यानि निलयं ध्यात्वान्ते व्यज्यते परा. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana, the reference from the scripture. So here is called Terayar, who was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agastya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache, he comes to Agastya for healing. So Agastya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache of the person. So he reveals that there is a small therai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. So Agastya immediately instructs Teraya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. So after the surgery is completed, successfully the person is healed and cured of the headache. Thus he gained the name Teraya. And we have the Atma Pramana, Bhagwan's own experience. On the 22nd of December 2019, Supreme Pontiff, he uses the power of body scanning and paraphrasing in his own words. He says, only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for the surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. And at that time, they detected the heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body cognition, the condition due to poisoning. So, through the body scanning, I found out the problem, the imbalance, what has happened to me, and I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings. So, now you can see the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences of the extraordinary power of this body scanning, the various testimonies of various devotees. Now we will have the live demonstration of this power of body scanning with our participants. We'll join after a short break.
Yes, Nithyanandam. So we're back to manifest the extraordinary Shakti of body scanning for all of you today. So along with me here, I have Ma Soni, Maniti Mahavidyananda, and myself, who will be manifesting this extraordinary power of body scanning for all of you. So I request all of you to start posting your comments whether and request for body scanning. And if you would like to request for a body scanning for another person, any one of your family members or friends, we request you to get their permission, to get their consent, and then to request for a body scanning for them, as it is our integrity to always get the person's permission before doing the body scanning. So Shekhar Nithyanandam, Shekhar Nityavamadeva Shiva Shekhar has posted that he requests for a body scanning. So Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for him. And Arul Rangasamy Ayya has requested for a body scanning. So Maniti Mahavidyananda, you can do the body scanning for Arul Rangasamy Ayya. And Kailasa Santos has posted, Nithyanandam, I would like to request for a body scanning for my father. He has given permission. His name is Antonio Santos. Yes, Ayya, definitely I'll be doing the body scanning for your father. And anybody else who is, yes, and Sanjay Vikaria has posted, is it advised to have a body scanning more than once? Yes, Ayya, you can have a body scanning how many ever times you would like, but we will also be giving chances to everyone else who is requesting for a body scanning. You can call all your family and friends for this body scanning. You can get the permission. They can also witness how these extraordinary powers are being manifested, and they themselves can get a body scanning. Yes, so I'll be doing the body scanning for Carlos Santos Ayya's father. Yes. So, Kailas Ayya, Paramashiva has revealed that your father is having a sinus. So this whole area, the whole nasal cavity is completely blocked with sinus, and due to that he's getting frequent headaches. It's like his head is throbbing on and off, and it is very painful for him. And he has also been experiencing, he has less blood in his body, and there is a lot of toxins in his body. A lot of toxins has suddenly entered because of the food he is eating. It is not good. It is there's a lot of chemicals and toxins which is added in the food. So Paramashiva has revealed to start cooking your own food at home, not to get any food from outside. To start cooking your own food and growing your own vegetables. And Paramashiva has revealed that for the detoxing, because he has already have a lot of toxins has already entered his blood. Paramashiva revealed that he should take Haritaki every day, twice, in the morning and in the night as the last thing before sleeping. And he should drink neem juice. And before sleeping or any time during the day before taking bath, he should just apply castor oil on his full body and then take a bath, and he will be completely healed. And for the sinus, Paramashiva revealed that he should do Jalaneti Ayya every day, and he will be completely healed. So Kailasa Ayya, I request you to get back in the chat section and reveal whether you were able to relate with what Paramashiva has revealed. Yes, Masoni, you can go ahead.
Nithyanandam, I did the body scanning for Shekhar Nithyanandam Ayya, and Paramashiva revealed Ayya that whatever food you are eating, it has too much oil, that it's affecting your body in a way that you're having body pain. So Paramashiva revealed the solution as you should drink 2 cups of neem juice in the morning.
Okay, so Shekhar Nithyanandamaya, I request you to get back and share whether you were able to relate with the body scanning. Yes, Ma Mahavidya, you can go ahead.
Yes. So Nithyanandam, this is a body scanning for Arul Rangaswamy Ayya. Ayya, Paramashiva is revealing that you're middle-aged, and for your age, overall health is okay, although it could be better. Your immunity is also all right. But try to increase the water that you take in the day, and have more vegetables in the day. Ayya. That is what is kind of in the way for your immunity, and overall everything's fine, but more vegetables and just little more control of your diet will be good.
Okay, so this is for Arul Rangaswamy Aya. I request you to get back in the chat section, Aya, whether you were able to relate with what Paramashiva has revealed. And Melissa Cook has posted for a body scanning. Bigyan Chap again has also posted for a body scanning. I request all of you to confirm your legal names as it is a requirement since it is a personal body scanning. Please post your legal names and then we'll definitely be doing the body scanning. Anup K has posted, please scan the current condition of my Kundalini and third eye. When will I be able to manifest third eye? Yes, so Ma Mahavidya, would you like to do the scanning for Anup K Aya? Okay. And Prema Nayak has posted, I suffered from low back disc. Please help and support and suggest. Yes, so Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Ma Prema Nayak.
Yes. So Anupaya, Paramashiva and Swamiji are revealing that you've already been initiated by Swamiji actually. So you can manifest powers immediately. This is immediate science. And all you need to do is just drop your SDHD, which is the self-doubt, self-hatred and self-denial. And you can be part of the session that happens after the Parashakti readings or every day, the Kailash courtyard, or even be part of the Paramashivoham program, and you can be where you can practice power manifestation and just learn to do it yourself.
Yes. So Anup K. Iyer, so this is the solution for you. You can just manifest. You have already had the Diksha. And Arul Rangaswamy Iyer has gotten back telling very accurate thanks. And Shekhar Nithyananda Iyer has gotten back telling body pain diagnosis correct ma, thank you. And Kailasa Aya has also gotten back telling, thank you, ma. I will explain to my father, but it's true that he has been suffering from headaches. So I thank all of you for getting back and sharing with us that you were able to relate with the scanning. Bigyan Chap again has posted, yes, it is my legal name. Yes, so Mahavidya, you can do this body scanning for Bigyan Aya. Yes, Ma Soni, you can reveal what you have been able to see as the body scanning for Ma Prema Nayak.
Nityanandamma, you were suffering from the pain of back pain, and Paramashiva revealed the solution as back pain this, and Paramashiva revealed the solution as that in the night before sleeping you should take mustard oil and warm it a bit and then apply it on your back.
Yes, so Ma Prema Nayak, this is the solution for your back ma. And Melissa Cook has also gotten back telling her legal name is Melissa Ann Cook. Yes, so Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Ma Melissa Ann.
Yes. So this is a body scan for Bigyan Chapgain Aya. Paramashiva and Swamiji are revealing that you're concerned about losing hair just on the top of the head, and this area which is just below the let's say back of the neck and like the upper shoulder region is continuously hurting for you, even a little part of your head, the back of the head, and this is happening because of a lot of worries. So please look up and please do some completion with fear. You will find the techniques in both Living Enlightenment, Guaranteed Solutions, books of Swamiji that will really immediately heal you. And for your lifestyle, please add some neem juice to your day and haritaki powder. Both will take care of the problems.
Yes. So this is a scanning for
Vijnanaya.
Yes, Vijnanaya. And Anup K has gotten back telling, wow, spot on. And Ma Prema Nayak, you have requested to tell about your body, about your back pain. Ma Soni has already revealed telling that you should take mustard oil every day, heat it up and apply it on your back before sleeping. Yes, Ma Soni, are you ready? Yes.
Nityanandam, I did the body scanning for Melissa and Cook, and Ma Paramashiva revealed that you have been your body is completely fine, but you have been having headache from past few days. So Paramashiva revealed the solution as and the headache is due to so much of worries. Paramashiva revealed the solution as that you should every day you should do night completion and sit in front of the Atmamurti and do completion.
Yes, so Ma Melissa Ann, this is a body scanning for you, so I request you to get back. And okay, so Bigyan Chap again has posted, wow, 100%. So yes, amazing. Yes.
One more thing for Bignanaya, just now, just now it is coming that Paramashiva is revealing Aya that you need to find the 3 herbs that Swamiji mentioned in yesterday's satsang. So you will find that is you can look up the gist of the satsang on the 27th June, and there are 3 specific herbs that Swamiji mentioned will really help you really raise your consciousness in enlightenment and will help you in this heal the pain.
Yes, so Vigyanaya, Swamiji has revealed 3 herbs. So you can search it up. The Tamil names are Ponnakanni and Karasalankanni and Thuruvalai. So these 3 names, you can search it up and find the English name for it. And these 3 are the herbs which you should use in your food, is what Paramashiva has revealed. And yes, Ma Melissa Cook has gotten back telling, thank you, that is true. Okay, amazing. So, yes. So I can see the comments are flooding with so many people asking for body scanning. So all of you can come back tomorrow, 2 a.m. IST and 4 p.m. IST every day, and you can get the body scanning which you have requested for. And we thank all of you for joining with us for this segment of the power manifestation. Due to the interest of time, we cannot, we actually have a few more minutes, so we'll be continuing the body scanning. So Ma Linda has requested for a body scanning. So Ma Soni, you can do the body scanning for Ma Linda. And Rajiv Roda has requested for a body scanning. So Ma Mahavidya, you can do the body scanning for Rajiv Roda. Sugashini Vignesh has also requested for a body scanning. So I'll be doing the body scanning for you, Ma. So just please stay tuned and we'll be getting back. Yes, so Ma Sugashini Vignesh, Paramashiva has actually revealed that your monthly menstrual cycle is actually very unbalanced, and sometimes you will experience a lot of back pain, is what Paramashiva has revealed, and it is very irregular. Your monthly cycle is very irregular, and you also have very less blood in your body, Ma, and the prana is not leveled. Your prana is not, the flow is not going properly through your body, and Paramashiva has revealed that you should start wearing the sari. So the pallu, when it comes on the left side of your body, that is when the prana will get aligned. The prana flow gets aligned in your body. So you should do Trinetra Kumbhaka. So Paramashiva has revealed you should start wearing the sari and do the Trinetra Kumbhaka every day, and you will be healed of this problem. So Bigyan Aya has gotten back telling, thank you so much. I searched yesterday for those 3 herbs. Yes, Aya. So you can start using those 3 herbs in your food, and you will be healed. Yes, you're ready. You can go ahead.
Nithyananda, I did the body scanning for Malinda, and Ma Paramashiva revealed that you are having heart problem, and it's because of eating lots of junk food, Ma. And so to detox your body back, Paramashiva revealed the solution as you should take neem juice and castor oil every day.
Okay, so Ma Linda, this is a body scanning for you. So Ma Linda and Sugasinima, I request you to get back in the chat section and reveal whether, okay. So Ma Sugasini has gotten back telling, thank you, but I have regular periods. Okay. But this is what Paramashiva has revealed, that it is irregular and that you have less blood in your body. So just follow the solution which Paramashiva has revealed and you will be completely healed.
Actually, check your flow, Ma.
Yes.
That is what is coming. By irregular, check your flow. And this is body scanning for Rajiv Aya. Paramashiva is revealing that basically you really need to watch your diet. Please reduce the potatoes, the butter. There's a lot of Indian bread like parathas, and you are feeling overweight because of that. And what you need to do is immediately cut down on that, and please also, please try to follow the quarantine wherever you are. Your work and your day requires you to move in and out, but overall, considering the conditions and health, please immediately try to quarantine yourself and work from home.
Okay. So this is a body scanning for
Rajiv Bhaiya.
Yes. So Rajiv Bhaiya, I request you to get back, and Ma Sugasni has gotten back telling, yes, I will follow. Yes, Ma, you will be completely healed. Kumar Vikas Ayya has posted, how is it possible? So Kumar Vikasaya, it's very easy. Just with the Diksha, just with the initiation from the avatar, all of us, all the disciples, everyone who is manifesting these powers, whether it is the power of body scanning, remote vision, third eye, any consciousness over matter, whatever it is just with the Diksha, the initiation from the avatar. So even you, after the Devi Parashakti Akashic readings, or if you join the Paramashivoham program, you can also get initiated and manifest these powers. And if you join the Paramashivoham program, just by the end of these 16 days, just by the end of the 16-day program, you will be walking, living, and radiating Paramashiva. You will be manifesting the powers just like how all the other disciples are manifesting. It is just with Diksha. So the reason, the context of why we're doing the demonstration is just to show all of you that it is possible for you also to manifest these extraordinary powers. Okay. So many people are posting. Rajiv Roda has posted. Please check again. I'm home all the time and very much no overweight issue.
Yeah. So by quarantine, we mean also that you may be home, but there is interaction with people who are outside. Meaning, people who are still, maybe your milkman or newspaper, something like that, who is already going in and out. So you may be interacting with those who are outside, where really the corona spread is happening. So you must have already heard, Swamiji, at least 2-layer quarantine is a must to protect and prevent yourself at this time.
Okay, so Arul Rangasamy Aya has posted. Hi Ma, do you see the food or only assuming if the person might be taking such food? Okay, so it is very amazing how the power of body scanning happens for different people. It happens and manifests in different ways. So for at least for me, when I manifest the power of body scanning, I see the person's body, and when I see the person's body, and then sometimes if they're having stomach pain, the stomach will get highlighted, and then it's like a video going on in your body. Then I'll ask Paramashiva to zoom into the stomach, and then it will zoom in, and then I'll see what problems are there in the stomach. If it is problem with food, or if you specifically asked, do you see the food? The way I manifest is I don't see the food. Paramashiva reveals that the person is eating too much of food. But very clearly, I don't see the food like exact what do you eat. I separately, I see it in images. This is how I manifest the power of body scanning. Yes. You can also share how you manifest this extraordinary power.
Nithyananda. So I manifest the power of body scanning by connecting with Swamiji and asking him, Swamiji, whatever problem they have been having, please show me. And then Swamiji will show a black image in my third eye, and then whatever problem they have, it will be highlighted.
Okay, amazing. And yes, ma'am, would you like to also share how you were able to see the power of, how you are able to manifest this power?
Yes. So just through the initiation, immediately when I connect to Swamiji and just chant the Mahavakya, immediately Swamiji shows and Paramashiva reveals in the third eye that about the person, who they are, where they are, what they're doing, their lifestyle practices, the different areas in their body, in their physical life, where they are feeling any discomfort or illness or any issues, or anything that they are particularly seeking for about their health. Even that question is revealed and the answer to that also. So whatever comes, I just speak that.
Yes, amazing. And Ma, Melissa Cook has posted, how do you join the home program? Yes, Ma. So we'll be requesting one of the moderators to post the Paramashivoham link, and you can join the Paramashivoham program, and it is completely free of cost. You can join from home. It is a 16-day program, and you will be able to you can get initiated into Vishesha Diksha, Shiva Diksha, and into these extraordinary Shaktis. You will be learning a lot about Kalpataru and much, much more in these 16 days. And I guarantee you, by the end of these 16 days, you will be living, radiating, and walking Paramashiva. Yes, and it is time. So we thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation segment, and there are many more interesting segments coming up before the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of Devi Parashakti. So I request all of you to stay tuned, and we'll be right back with you after a short break. Thank you, Nithyananda. You can also call your family and friends. You can call any person who you know who is in need of help, or anybody who you know. You can invite them to this program, and they will be witnessing these extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva. And you can call anybody, your family, friends, and you can enrich them to witness these extraordinary Shaktis. Yes, so we'll be doing one more body scanning. So I can see so many people have posted for a body scanning, and so Kumar Vikas Ayya and Natarajam M. Ayya has requested for a body scanning. So you can do the body scanning for Kumar Vikas Ayya. You can do the scanning for Natarajan Ayya. And I request all of you to stay tuned. So immediately after they are done with the scanning, they will be revealing what Paramashiva has shown.
Yes. So Natarajanaya, please immediately reduce the spice in your food and add water. And please also look up the 3 herbs that Swamiji mentioned in the Satsangh yesterday. That is really going to bring you completion in life.
Nithyanandam, I did the body scanning for Kumar Vikas Ayya, and Ayya Paramashiva revealed that you have been having stomach issues, and that's due to lots of toxins inside your body. So Paramashiva revealed the solution as you should take a castor oil to detox your body.
Yes, so Kumar Vikas Ayya and Natarajan N. Ayya, this is a body scanning for you. So I request you to get back. Sugasini Vignesh has posted what is Akashic reading. So you will be learning about what
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back.
Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome back to this next segment on the divine feminine consciousness.
Yes. So now we'll be invoking Devi Parashakti by chanting the Dhyana Sloka from the Lalita Sahasranama. Sindhuraruna Vigraham Trinayana Manikya Mauli Spurat Taranayaka Shekaram Smitamuki Mapina Vakshoruham Panibhyamalipurna Ratna Chasakam Raktotphalam Bibratim Saumyam Ratna Gatastha Rakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam.
And the English translation, now he'll be chanting. The Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in vermilion, red body with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding the jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus.
Now we'll move on to the next Dhyana Sloka. Arunam Karuna Tarangitakshim Dritapashankusha Pushpabana Chapam Animadibhiravritam Mayukai Rahamityeva Vibhavaye Bhavani.
I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within me.
Yes. So Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, Parashakti, is the cosmic mother, and it is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes out and goes in. She is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, and in which all of us are going to merge.
Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form of the Nijavatar of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. She is gracious, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself.
Yes. So in the words of Devi Parashakti herself, on 12th of May 2021, Parashakti says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as a part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti Panunmani Meenakshi. As Nithyananda, I took the Nija Avatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandra Mauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraja Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as Nija Avatara. With great compassion, I am blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came as Nija Avatara.
Devi Parashakti continues, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, and Shiva manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, Jnana Shakti, and growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as Gotras of the seven Rishis, expanded as the eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you.
Yes. So, how to receive Devi Parashakti during the darshan? So, literally, you are having the darshan of Paramashiva and Parashakti in that moment. So, she is literally there in the screen. So, always receive her traditional. So, we can keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin, which is called the traditional dakshina. So, in Hindu tradition, it can be of any lowest value. So, in Indian money, it can be even 1 paise, and in US dollar, it can be even 1 cent. So this is the tambulam, the traditional tambulam with which you can actually receive Parashakti during the darshan.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism guides us personally, saying you can offer that to Devi, the tambulam. And after the darshan is over, we can do the namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf and betel nut, and have it as prasadam immediately. And all of the coins which you collect can be then sent to the Nithyanandeshwara Hindu temple in Los Angeles. So this betel leaf, betel nut, all of this might look like very trivial things, but in a few days, just by doing this short ritual, Devi Parashakti, you will see how your sacred sentiments have literally blossomed. You will feel how really she is there. You will not take Devi Darshan at all for granted. And this is the science of rituals that the ancient Vedic scientists of or ancient civilization had manifested from the scriptures in order to break the monotonous, unconscious mentality and the lifestyle. And to remind each and every one of us that we should live the powerful cognitions and break unconscious behaviors.
Yes. So this is how you need to be setting up traditional way of receiving Parashakti. So you can take a plate and arrange 2 betel leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. And you can actually keep it right in front of the camera and wait for darshan when Parashakti is about to come. And you can, once the darshan starts, you can offer arati to Devi Parashakti and literally receive her very traditionally and take her blessings. Yes, with that, we will now move on to the next part of this program. So, understanding what are Akashic records. So, what are Akashic readings? So, let us now move to the next part.
Now, how can we manifest the ultimate breakthrough through the Akashic readings? That's what we're going to be finding out through this next segment. First of all, let's all understand the basic definition. Akashic readings are records which are recorded in space. And it is everything which has happened in time, and all of that is stored in space as a file. Nothing can be destroyed. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has even said that even any of our actions, emotions, plans, the words that we use, everything that is going on, nothing can be destroyed, and everything gets recorded in the cosmic archives. Everything that has happened, everything which is happening right now, and everything that will happen in the future.
Yes, so Akashic records are the verbal, the visual, the 5-dimensional document. So whatever is happening is continuously getting recorded. So all the information which you collected from all your births is literally recorded in your biomemory, the DNA, and you can access some of them just to understand why are you going through something in your life at this moment of time, and not wasting your time doing the same actions again and again.
And the truth is that the Akashic reading is not a prediction. Many of you might have experiences going to get divine horoscopes or going to get horoscopes or predictions from different various cultures or various backgrounds, but the Akashic reading is not that. It is not a prediction. It is simply a reading from the cosmic archive. And we have to understand that there's no past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, no present, and no future. That is why what we call is the happened, happening, and yet to happen. And all of these are already clearly recorded.
Yes. So in Swamiji's own words, he says, nobody has the right to comment on these readings. Nobody has the right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has the right to interpret, comment on these readings. So they are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, the living enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. So when you listen to these great readings, naturally your negative logic is penetrated, it is broken, and these great truths, they settle in your inner space and they make you live enlightenment itself.
Now, as the avatar of Paramashiva, he has graced humanity with the blessing and darshan of the form of Devi Parashakti, who is revealing the answers to each and every one of our questions and giving us the consolation, blessing for our yearning, and giving us the solutions that we seek, the breakthroughs that we want, and ultimately liberating us from pain and suffering. We must understand that any answer that Devi Parashakti is giving during this Akashic reading is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough in your life.
Yes. So now we'll move on to the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference to manifest the power of Akashic reading. So it is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Dharana 61, Sutra 84. Akasham vimalam pashyan kritva drishtim nirantaram shabdatma tatshana devi bhairavam vapurapnuyat.
And the English translation, now I'll be chanting. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, looking at the spotless infinite etheric space, Akasha beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one gaze from the third eye without blinking, and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of infinite space, Bhairava.
Yes. So we'll now move on to the next Pramana, the Apta Pramana, reference from the Hindu Purana Mahabharata, which narrates the story of a great sage, Maitreya, who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in the human form, and reasons for all his suffering. So sage Maitreya, he accessed the Akashic records and he told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, and he was an incarnation of the Lord of Death, Yamaraja himself, because he was to play the part of so-called Sudra for at least 100 years because of the curse of Mandoka.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that everything from all of our lifetimes is collected in of our DNA. And just to access some of these and then understand our patterns and where exactly we need a breakthrough, and not waste time doing the same actions again and again, being in the same karmic cycles again and again. So accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be absolutely useful, beneficial, transformative for you to be liberated from your default future. And it'll bring an end to all known and unknown suffering, and ultimately leading you to experience enlightenment. Paramashivoham.
Yes. So if you see, only an avatar can alter the Akashic reading. So the initiated Balasans can view the Akashic records. However, only an incarnation, an avatar, can alter, can edit, can upgrade and change the Akashic records. So during the darshan and dikshas, the Supreme Pontiff, he blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per the prayers of the devotee.
So in summary, what can you get from the Akashic records? And of course, this is just one brief summary. The results are absolutely numerous and countless, but what you will be able to understand is the most accurate and unbiased answer to any questions about your life, destiny, purpose, or any everyday part of your life. You can be specifically healed of your physical and emotional problems with just one look or touch from the avatar. You'll be able to understand the reasons behind your life's happenings. You'll be able to receive the blessings to fulfill your right desires and ultimately get the clarity you need to redesign your future.
Yes. So with that clarity, now we'll move on to the next segment of how to post our questions and ask our questions in the various official social media platforms. Yes. So we have the first social media platform, the official YouTube account, the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda channel. So if you have not become a member, so you have subscribed the channel but you're not a member yet, please go and click on to the join button and become a member. So after the first step, you can go ahead and ask and post your questions. Your various questions, like you might be having health issues, wealth issues, relationship, business. So whatever issues you have, you can actually ask Devi Parashakti for blessings and healing. You can post your questions as comment under the live stream in the live chat, which is seen here.
Yes, and if you're a frequent user of Facebook, you should make sure that you are following the official page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Go to Facebook and search Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam and make sure that you are following and liking the page for all of the latest notifications and darshans, programs, satsangs, temple rituals, and celebrations that are ongoing continuously from Kailasa. If you'd like to ask your question to Devi Parashakti through this platform, you can just simply go to the live video, which is live currently on Facebook, and you can comment your questions using the hashtag AskTheAvatar.
So next is the official Twitter account. So you can go to the @Sri Nithyananda official Twitter account and go ahead and follow the Twitter account in @Sri Nithyananda. And once you do that, once you become a follower, you can ask your questions in the reply section of the tweet under the live stream with the hashtag AskTheAvatar.
And if you're a frequent user of Instagram, you also can have the opportunity, a blessing, a chance to have the blessings of Devi Parashakti herself. You can, first of all, go to Instagram and search Sri Nithyananda for the official Instagram account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can ask your questions in the comments of the Devi Parashakti reading post there using the hashtag AskTheAvatar once again. And you can tag @Sri Nithyananda.
So now for those of you who are a very frequent WhatsApp user and you're not in YouTube or Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, you can make use of this beautiful opportunity where you can instantly post your questions through WhatsApp chat. You need to just go to kailasa.org website, and once you reach the website, you can go to the WhatsApp chat which will pop up and ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat. So this is the way where you can connect with Devi Parashakti through these various official social media platforms and ask your questions and receive blessings from Parashakti during the Akashic reading session. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment of the program, and we'll now be moving on to the next segment after a short break.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else. Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
Yes, Nithyanandam everyone, welcome back. Yes, so this is a very important segment of this program before we go to the preparing ourselves for Devi Parashakti's darshan. So as we all know, like Parashakti has been revealing the Akashic records about this huge cosmic deluge, the effects of the cosmic deluge, the pralaya that is going on. So the humanity is still undergoing the after effects of this huge cosmic deluge and pralaya. So thousands of deaths due to this global pandemic, COVID-19, and emerging fungal pandemic and the new pandemic, the Delta virus. So along with the record numbers of natural disorders, it has taken a huge toll on humanity's collective psyche, leading to increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and mental issues. So why did this happen? So what has caused this and who is behind this? And how could we have avoided this? What is the solution for this? So in this segment, we'll be going through a scientific and statistical understanding of the Devi Parashakti's revelation on the cause and solution for this pralaya. So all of us would know that the current situation of the world right now is like more than 3.8 million deaths with 175.9 million total confirmed cases, and worst affected countries which include the US, India and Brazil. And especially if you see the COVID outbreak in India, the number of COVID cases is around 29 million, number of COVID deaths around 37, more than 3 crores, and number fallen into poverty is about 75 million. So India is actually suffering from suicide and depression. So India is the 6th most depressed country with 6.5% of people suffering from depression. So 6.5% of the population which is suffering some form of mental illness. And also with the suicide rate of 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. So suicide is one of the biggest causes of deaths in the age group between 15 to 24. And the average suicide rate in India is 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. So you can see India is literally suffering the natural disasters, the cyclones, the tsunamis, and the third wave of COVID is literally fast approaching. And you can see dead bodies floating in the river Ganga and literally no place to bury the dead bodies. So how could we have prevented this? Yes, now we'll watch this short clip of Parashakti's revelation on the 31st of May 2021.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக அகிலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Let's now understand the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation for this huge Kirimi Bojanam hell not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to go to do Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son, Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen.
want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year, I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting. 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that, all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arati, the camp for Arati. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen, 12 Kala Abhishekams. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti, full year. Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make this science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. the way we are walking, the path, route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand, 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings, how the baby will be in the womb in second month, third month, all that is detailed way carved, it is there. Which scanning machine was there in those days other than the third eye? Very detailed carvings are there. Even Srirangam temple, the whole carving is there. Srirangam temple gives a week by week the whole picture of male baby and female baby. Any of you have seen that? Srirangam Rangaraja Mandapam, it very clearly portrays. There will be one Rangaranga Gopuram. In that next to Rangaranga Gopuram, there is a Rangaraja Mandapam. We have already collected some chunk of 80-90 to be displayed in this Balalayam. Work is going on all of that. We are also going to tell you the science of temple building story as per Agama and as per practical village level, ground level, all that. In those days, 2000 years before, when this Cambodia and all these civilizations were flourishing, two communities from India moved. One is agriculture community, another one is business community. These two community only traveled and installed civilization. Of course, kings went, that is different. But the common civilian, these two community only went. So Nagarattar and Saivavelalar. Saivavelalar agriculture community, Nagarattar business community. So wherever, see, when they go in the ship, the Saivavelars, they will carry that veil for their protection. Once, if they reach the other side safely, they will just put the veil and start a temple. That is why all the temple outside the India, started by Saivavelars, there will be only veil as a Pradhana Murti. Pattumalai Murugan Goyil, Tannimalai Murugan Goyil, Gedaram Murugan Goyil, Nallur Murugan Govil, Sannidhiyan Sannidhi Murugan Goyil, all these temple. The main deity will be only veil. It will not be deity. Because they cannot carry that heavy deity in the ship. It will only be the veil. And all the temples started by Nagarattar will be Kavadi. Because they will carry everything in the form of Kavadi. So the moment they reach the other shore, they will worship the Kavadi and the screen cloth covered by Kavadi.
Yes. So you can now see at the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff has been preparing this humanity for the Pada Yatra to save themselves.
And since 2010, since the age of 10, he's been enriching humanity through different discourses, darshans, satsangs, initiating the masses into the great science of enlightenment. And here are some examples of programs that the Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting since the early 2000s.
So these are the various pictures where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched Tamil Nadu, the various states of Tamil Nadu, and given discourses and healed people, giving darshans. You can see the 21st of November 2005 in Namakkal, the huge, big satsang was happening with thousands of people. In Salem, Tamil Nadu, conducting the Nithyananda Purana program on the November 2005. And this is some of the pictures from the Nithyanandam program, which was conducted directly by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the birth star celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the 25th of December, where literally lakhs of people are actually following him to have his darshan, to receive his blessings, his healing. And you can now see the 29th Jayanti celebration on 2006 in Adi Kailasa, Sakaipapeetam. and the Jayanti celebrations in Tiruvannamalai. You can see the Guru Purnima celebrations, the various meditation programs, the Dhyana Purana program, and various programs which is conducted in various districts in Tamil Nadu, and for the children also the little Amandas, and the Saptayaham, the fire rituals which were conducted in Salem between 2006 between the 16th to 18th of July, and the Supreme Pontiff himself is actually doing the Homa, personally offering the Purnahuti and blessing people. You can see the huge way people are getting enriched, and the revival of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma is literally seen right in front of our eyes, and you can see the Nithyananda Purana program which was in Salem, Tamil Nadu. Yes. So, however, the anti-Hindu elements have really made it impossible to do the revival and re-energizing process by driving out the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India. Let us now watch this small video clip, what Parashakti has revealed on the 31st of May as a solution for this problem.
2022 வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதை புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
So, we again saw Parashakti's revelations. As we look around us, we see that the Vedic civilization has forewarned us about this cosmic pralaya. So, Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his worst enemy. So, in the Kurma Purana, sage Vyasa, he echoes the Rishi's declaration, Idam Kali Yugam Goram Sampraptam Pandunandana Tato Gachami Devasya Varanasim Mahapurim Asmin Kali Yuge Gore Loka Papa Nuvartinaha Bhavishyanti Mahapapa Varnashrama Vivarjitaha Nanyat Pashyami Jantunam Muktva Varanasim Purim Sarva Papa Prasamanam Prayaschittam Kalau Yuge. So, in the Kurma Purana, the sage Vyasa, he echoes Rishi's declaration saying, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas, ages in all the worlds. People are sinful. They forget the dharma of the 4 varnas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sin is the great sacred city Varanasi, which is the Mahapuri. The Kurma Purana again states, Brahma Krita Yuge Devastrethayam Bhagavan Ravihi Dwapare Daivatam Vishnuhu Kalau Rudro Maheshwaraha. Brahma is the presiding deity or Devata for Krita Yuga. In Treta Yuga, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared as Sri Rama. In Dwapara Yuga, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the current age, the presiding divinity, the avatar, is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara.
And on the 2nd of January 1978, out of his deepest compassion, Paramashiva himself descended into the human body in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained that if he had taken even 1 year later birth,
I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off, I've happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
the Avatar's advent on planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge and to bring the new age, the Satya Yuga, and give the cosmic breakthrough, cosmic conscious breakthrough.
ஓம் 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 உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்யயுகம் செய்வோம், நித்யயுகம் சத்யயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
In Devi Parashakti's revelations, she revealed that the people of the world listen. Kali Yuga has matured, and over time, time has come for Satya Yuga. To happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people. In the form of Nithyananda, I myself have come. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom into Satya Yuga. Be blissful.
So for this huge help, yes, ma'am, please go ahead.
You can continue, ma.
For this huge hell Kirumi Bhojanam not to come to India 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. So this is what again and again the Supreme Pontiff has been saying. So to prevent this deluge, the Pralaya, it was a cosmic plan to do the Padayatra again and again. He has mentioned in 2018, 2020. So in order to prepare for this, the Avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began enriching people one person at a time, sharing these sacred truths and the secrets of a higher living.
And even as the Supreme Pontiff was 14 and 15, all of his classmates recalled the Yatra, where he led them all from Gudiyatham, a place in Tamil Nadu, his birthplace and a huge spiritual pilgrimage site.
When the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just 19 years of age, all his fellow monks at the Ramakrishna Mutt recalled the Yatra where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Chennai to Tirunnamalai, his birthplace, and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage trip experience.
Yes, so the Supreme Pontiff continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until he founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December 1999.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystem in Tiruchendur, Tamil Nadu on the 14th of April. And here you can see the photo from 2001 where he had inaugurated the first Adinam.
Yes, in 2003, the Avatar continued his yatra to enrich people all over the world. So you can see
his intensity and dedication for the people, even among crowds of thousands who don't know English, gave the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's voice a deep resonation with the people, and his presence moved each one to tears. Here are some satsangs and discourses held in various countries, including Guadeloupe and Brazil, where the audience mostly did not even speak English.
Yes, in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples to the Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples and initiating them into superconscious breakthrough.
Subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls not just to physical spiritual sites, but supernal spiritual realms.
Yes, so in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodikan Ratha Yatra, with crores of people participating and impacted by the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwara deities traveling from city to city, which was personally energized and installed by Swamiji. Now we'll watch a short clip from the Kodikan Ratha Yatra. Yes, so the Kodikan Ratha Yatra, which is culminated with the consecration of the deities of the Garbha Mandir, the Sanctum Sanctorum, for the Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti and the Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara temple in Bangalore in India. You can see the Supreme Pontiff himself is energizing and doing the Prana Pratishta of the Swayambhu Nithyanandeshwara Linga in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham.
And these deities were energized as Archavatara to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita as a ship to save humanity this great pralaya.
Yes. So the Supreme Pontiff created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens. So you can see the Kailasa in Tiruchengodu, Adi Kailasa Sarvanyapita in Bangalore, and Kailasa in Hyderabad.
And here is a video of the Vajra rover where in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda Vajra rover, the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who bathes in its waters from the deadly COVID-19 disease.
Yes, let's watch a small video clip of the Supreme Pontiff himself doing the Abhishekam, Rudra Abhishekam to the Anandalinga.
जनमस्सहस्राक्षाय च चतुर्धन्वने जनमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय जनमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते च नमो क्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे च जिराय च नम शीघ्रियाय च शीभ्याय च नम ऊर्ण्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नम पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमस्तोभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नम उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नम श्वेप्याय च वसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नम श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नम आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नम शूराय च वभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नम श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च शुधिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च वेजायुधिने च नमस्वायुधाय च सुधन्वने च नमस्कृत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमस्तूप्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च वट्याय च नमो वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नम ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमस्ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शंगाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे वधाय च दूरे वधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शंकराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवधराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च पूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः शिष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमस्तिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः ईरण्याय च प्रपथ्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षेमाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुनस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्य
In 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikan Ratha Yatra and garnered international attention, creating a movement where lakhs of Hindus once again embraced Hinduism. And here's a short clip from that.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீனைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே. மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் அசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே. நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே. நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே. ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே.
Wherever the avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of superconsciousness have been sown. With thousands of Kailasa ecosystems, Sarvagnapitas, enriching over 1 billion people worldwide, the avatar is the last hope for humanity. And here are just some of the Enlightenment ecosystems which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established. Kailasa and E-Road, which was the first Sarvagnyapita established by the Supreme Pontiff. Adi Kailasa Sarvagnyapita, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism directly consecrated the deities, and this was the first temple established in the US. Again, more photos of Kailasa in Columbus. And here is Kailasa in Los Angeles, again, directly inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here are more photos of Kailasa in Los Angeles. And here are photos of Kailasa in San Jose. More photos of Kailasa in San Jose, Kailasa in Seattle. Here are more photos of Kailasa in Seattle. Kailasa in Houston. More photos of Kailasa in Houston. Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina. Kailasa in New York. Kailasa in Washington, D.C. Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, which was again directly inaugurated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here are more photos of the Kailasa in Canada. And here are photos of Kailasa in Oklahoma. Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, which again was directly energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Kailasa in St. Louis, another Kailasa directly energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Kailasa in Oman, Kailasa in Dubai, Kailasa in London, UK. Kailasa in Scotland, UK. Kailasa in Netherlands. Kailasa in Slovakia. Kailasa in Belgium. Kailasa in Luxembourg. Kailasa in Austria. Kailasa in Germany. Kailasa in Italy. Kailasa in France. Kailasa in Switzerland. Kailasa in Mauritius. Kailasa in South Africa. Kailasa in Salem, which was directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the deities were directly energized by the Supreme Pontiff.
So we can see Kailasa in Hosur, Kailasa in Salem, the various ecosystems which was established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the various districts of Tamil Nadu. So you can see Kailasa in Pattanam, the various enriching activities in Pattanam, Kailasa in Varanasi, Kailasa in Rajapalayam, one of the most important ecosystems in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, Rajapalayam Adinam, where the Supreme Pontiff himself has personally conducted various programs and healed people out of so many problems. You can see Kailasa in Hyderabad, Kailasa in Kerala, Kailasa in Gujarat, which is the Yogini Sarvajna Peetham, Kailasa in Thiruvanmiyur in Chennai, Kailasa in Alamgulam, which is in Tirunelveli in Tamil Nadu, Kailasa in Chennai Tambaram, Kailasa in Chennai Avadi, Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia. And you can see the Kailasa established in New Zealand, Kailasa in Singapore, the Singapore Adinam, Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, Kailasa in Guadeloupe. Yes.
To ensure humanity survives this great pralaya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion.
So he has initiated thousands of devotees with the spiritual healing, and those are the millions of people all over the world which you can see. With 2,500 Satsangh centers, Paduka Mandirs as the de facto spiritual embassies.
The avatar has inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom. Thousands of padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and revival of Kailasa, silently preparing what was to come.
So in 2017, the devotees in Malaysia, they planned a padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participated with the dying Hindu population in Malaysia reinvigorated.
For every major festival, devotees from all over the world do the padayatra out of the sincere devotion and love for the avatar.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Throughout the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's public life, there have been over 1 billion e-citizens who have been enriched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and he has contributed over 26 years of humanitarian services and given 1 billion organic, nutritious, free meals to the humanity. And has established the world's largest Hindu university all over the world.
So we'll now move to the next segment after a short break.
Powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you if you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in Enlightenment 9. We need to cater this Enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are. Because Enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. This is a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
we will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed.
this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities.
Yes, Nithyananda, welcome back. So we had the segment where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, right from the young age, he was literally guiding the whole humanity, and he literally did Padayatra during the various times. So you can see the various global achievements. So around 1 billion citizens, a diverse global population in 347 cities, 196 countries across 6 continents, and he who has established the world's largest Hindu university, which was established in the US, Canada, UK, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France, and 26 plus years of various humanitarian services, including the medical services, healing, holistic healings, and 1 billion free organic and nutritious meal which was served, and he is continuing to serve the humanity with this. So if you see, right from his childhood, he has literally dedicated his whole life in contribution and revival of the Sanatana Hindu Dharma. So the world's greatest digital platforms, over 1 billion views in these websites: kailasa.org, nithyananda.org, Nithyananda Hindu University.org, kailasa.tv, nithyananda.tv. And he has literally enriched people through these various social media platforms, the Twitter, the Facebook, YouTube, online applications through the Enlightenment app. And 1 billion e-citizen in over 100 countries, with more than most successful communities in the world. Yes. So you can see the map where the most successful communities in the world, with more than 1 billion e-citizens in over 100 countries across the world. So the hard work which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done, literally in the field of holistic health, education, and development of the human potential, is literally sharing the various practicalities, the practical applications of Hinduism, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and the science of enlightenment, through which we have made breakthroughs. And through the United Nations, with over 108 humanitarian charitable initiatives, spearheaded by the Sovereign Religious Order of Kailasa, the SOK, a strong diplomatic network through the 73 orders of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, and the national, international governments and organizations' relationship the past 26 years at administering the humanitarian projects aligned with the needs of the world. So you can see the various contributions in the various fields, 26 years of achievement in the field of global peace, the field of education and children, the field of equality, in the field of environment. So free education, which is offered in 150 plus countries through the Nithyananda Hindu University, which is the world's largest Hindu university, with 487 extended campuses in 150 plus countries. Free education, which is offered to 20 million children and youth, and 7,000 plus courses. So literally, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has served 1 billion plus free meals with a vision of no hungry home, and has initiated multiple services including the Annadan, organic agriculture, and offering 1 billion plus free meals and continuing to offer. So now Kailasa offers free food in more than 197 countries across the globe. And if you see, 5 out of 10 people don't have access to the medical amenities. So 3.5 people don't have access to safe medical care. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, by reviving the Kailasa, he has availed the free medical services for millions of people through free medical camps, 108 yogic techniques, the kriyas, the end pregnancy, and the spiritual healing services offered in 1,008 plus Kailasas across the globe. Yes. And still, the Supreme Pontiff is continuing to contribute to the Hinduism by reviving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma by Kailasa's Sacred Arts University, which has produced more than 4,000 Hindu deities, which are now consecrated and worshipped in across 600 plus locations across the globe, with 3,270 deities made of stone, 400 made of 5 metal, 100 made of marble, 15 traditional wooden chariots, 1,000 plus Hindu vessels, puja items used for Enlightenment ecosystem, and the world's largest Hindu library with 1 million plus palm leaf scriptures that are collected, preserved, and made available to the world for free. Kailasa's NHL has developed the world's first exclusive Hindu library management system based on the ancient Vedic scriptures classification tree, the world's largest Hindu digital library with more than 10 lakh digitized palm leaf scriptures, and the world's largest collection of Kashmiri Saivism scriptures. So with this huge contribution and attending to people one at a time, and preparing them to stand together to protect humanity, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had announced the plan to traverse once again on foot from Kanyakumari to Kashmir and re-energize the Jyotirlingas to protect the India from this huge cosmic pralaya, the deluge. So in 2018, he again began to re-energize the various areas by visiting the temples. You could see in these pictures, and really working hard to protect Hinduism from the anti-Hindu militant forces. Yes, but still,
we just shared with you all the activities that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done to stop the pralaya, planning for a huge Padayatra in the year 2020. However, the anti-Hindu elements, the new Hindutva militants, conspired, planned, and did everything they could to stop the mission of the avatar. With the innumerable assassination attempts and character assassinations and hate speech and attack on the ASMT community and the leader of the Adi Shaivite minority tradition community, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So in the next segment of this program, we are going to share with you about the displacement of ASMT women. How the ASMT women have been displaced, and the displacement, what are the side effects, after effects, and the trauma that the ASMT women, the indigenous women of ASMT have gone through because of their displacement. That's what we are going to be presenting in the next segment. And before that, we have a very, very, very good news to share with all of you. Today, we are going to be having the live Nithyananda Satsangh. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to be joining us live for the Satsangh at around 8 o'clock. We'll be having the live Satsangh. So please do share this with one and all. And in the next segment of the program, we are going to share with you about the UN displacement of ASMT women after a short break.
And now, as we are waiting and we are getting ready for the live satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, getting ready to be in his divine presence. As we are getting ready, I invite each and every one of you to go and
Kailasa, Enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us today. It's very exciting for Kailasians across the world that today the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to be gracing with his presence for the Nithyananda Satsangh, and each and every one of us will have the blessing and grace to be able to sit in his presence and receive the divine revelations from Paramashiva himself, from Kailasa, the secrets to living enlightenment and manifesting a breakthrough in our life. After so many years, more than a decade long, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism still continues every single day to ensure that each and every one of us, Kailasians and Hindus, and that each and every member of the Hindu diaspora across the world, 2 billion Hindus, are enriched and supported, enabled, encouraged, and empowered to live authentic Hindu lifestyle. And it is due to his hard work, absolute perseverance, dedication, passion, and ultimately the endless, unconditional compassion that he has for humanity, that even today, every single day, despite decade-long persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, he is continuing to sit and ensure that we are able to imbibe the divine revelations of Paramashiva. And if we are able to see him wherever we are today, no matter what time zone, no matter what nation, no matter even what language we speak, if we are able to have his darshan from wherever we are and soak in the beautiful truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, be guided step by step in this cosmic deluge while so many millions across the world are suffering. It is because of solely his pure dedication to ensure that Sanatana Hindu Dharma is protected and that each and every one of us can be uplifted to awaken us to the super conscious breakthrough. For the past few days, many of us Kailasians, Adinavasis, Sannyasis, Rudrakanyas, and others have been been requesting the time of each and every one of the viewers to allow us to share our story as victims of the neo-Hindutva and anti-Hindu militant terrorist forces, and share to each and every one of you the amount of pain it has caused us to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism undergo 10,000 times more persecution just because he's decided to protect each and every one of us. We have analyzed, broken down for all of the viewers, and also heard the heartfelt and heart-wrenching stories of so many victims, and also analyzed, broken down how this strategy came into place and how a conspiracy against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was strategized well before the attacks against him, in order to plan to eliminate and destroy him. Seeing his success. In the last segment, we saw how in more than 2,500 centers across the world, people are enjoying being enriched by the spiritual truths revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And we have seen how he did the Padayatra in so many different places and inspired others to do the Padayatra for ultimately the superconscious breakthrough of the whole humanity. And in so many different forms, whether it is Annadhan, medical camps, whether it is healing, spiritual healing, or education for children, or the empowerment of women, and the revival of the 10,000 Hindu sampradayas, how he has contributed to the world. But despite this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been persecuted to the point to literally almost nearly fatal attacks against him for the last 11 years. And we've heard so many stories of victims, including myself, about how we've been attacked by the leaders of the neo-Hindutva and anti-Hindu militant forces, how they have tried to use each and every one of us as weapons against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. But by his protection, his unconditional love, and his empowerment for us to realize and experience and live the ultimate possibility of the life of superconsciousness, a life of enlightenment, we have been able to survive the attacks against us and be here to stand and tell the truth to each and every one of you. Today, in this next segment, I welcome you all to a segment where we want to analyze, break down for you a tactic used by the anti-Hindu militant forces and the terrorists against us on how they wanted to destabilize the revival of Kailasa, the ecosystems across the world, the Kailasas across the world, infiltrate, destabilize, and ensure that they were never meant to grow, they were never going to grow, and destroy them entirely. Today's topic, today we are going to be understanding displacement. The United Nations has seen, analyzed, and also sent peacekeeping forces for the displacement of women and children in several genocides across the world. And for a few minutes, I'd just like to explain how this displacement has occurred in our history. And then we'll present to each and every one of the viewers how the displacement of ASMT, the Kailasian women across the world, has always been a tactic that they used to employ the genocide against us. The genocides, for example, that are ongoing and also throughout history that we have seen or have been devastated by, they've been shocked to see the details, have strategies that are common across the every single genocide. And when we analyze these strategies, we start to understand how to prevent them in the future. And thankfully, the United Nations has done so much of research and has presented to each and every one of us in their resources on how these strategies work. Displacement of women and children is a tactic used by terrorists and terrorist supremacist forces in order to establish mainly three things. One, destabilize a population. Two, never allow the population or that society, that civilization to grow, to become stable, to start contributing, to live healthy lives, and to continuously put them in fear. And also continuously inciting fear, insecurity, and the instability of not being able to have a steady home where children can grow, women can take care of their children, and also where even in the circumstance of the Hindu sampradayas, where Rudra Kanyas, the sannyasinis, can take up the role, leadership roles of taking care of the whole Sangha, taking care of the whole civilization. For example, in the case of the partition of India in 1946, in that year when the British left and India was imposed on a partition, and all Hindus were overnight forced to leave Pakistan, we saw millions of Hindus flee, and violence against the Hindus who were forced to leave their homes where they have lived for generations. Trains were packed with people infested with disease, and people were starving on the roads, walking by foot and searching for a new home. This is an example of the displacement of women and children, and it might be an overnight decision for the supremacist, racist attackers and forces, but for the Hindus, for the victims, it is a struggle that will take years in order to recover and recuperate. So imagine continuously being bombarded by attacks, needing to go place to place, just trying to find a home, to establish a place where we can live and live free of attacks, live free of the worry of attacks, of the worry of being raped, being sexually assaulted, being attacked, having our homes being destroyed, and even the worries of not being able to find food, not being able to raise our children in the way that we want them to live their lives. In other cases, the Rohingya Muslims who are now finding a platform through the United Nations and many international peacekeeping organizations to share their voice, to share the victimization that they have gone through as an ethnicity, how women and children who are the Rohingya Muslims and the Yazidi population as another example, how they have been displaced from their homes and continuously moving, continuously placed in fear of attack, not being able to find a steady home, grow, and live the life that we desire. Leave aside a life of enlightenment, a life of spiritual and higher purpose, of contributing to the world, but just a basic life free from fear of violence in our daily lives. And even in the case of the Afghani Hindus, the Hindus who lived in Afghanistan, the Afghani Hindus have literally gone place to place upon the laws of the country, and the incited hatred against Hindus. Afghani Hindus who have lived in Afghanistan for perhaps generations, were out of a home and searching going place to place to find a place where they can live absolutely free from violence. And they can start to raise their children, the families can start to be happy in their lives. It might have taken years, and perhaps some who are still not able to find a place where they're living out of, where there's no need to fear conflict and violence in their daily lives. We can see due to the violence against Hindus and the hatred against Hindus in many countries, how they're forced to flee and forced out of their homes in countries such as Malaysia, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even inside India. As a foremost example, we can, of course, tell about Kailasas, about the Hindu women and children, the Rudrakanyas, the sannyasis, who were forced out of their homes, whose monasteries, peaceful monasteries, were absolutely destroyed, as you can see. And we've had to fight for at least having the right to stay in one place, to find a home. Over the last decade, it's not happened once or twice, but so many times that the ASMT women and children have needed to go place to place, have needed to vacate where they are, just fearing for their lives, fearing being raped and brutally gang raped, brutally assaulted. And of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who had been displaced to the point where he's not even able to remain in India and not even able to be available for the public, for the humanity who needs him and who's praying for his presence. We've seen now the different examples about how displacement of Hindu women and children ends in a genocide, in a continuous attack against against a whole population, a whole civilization, a whole religion or ethnicity. And ultimately, it weakens that population, and it makes them unable to grow, unable to live a decent human life in the first place, and on the next level, want to live a higher ambition and so forth. So now let us present to each and every one of you how from 2010, 2014, 2015, until 2019, of course, and even until today, still sannyasis, Rudrakanyas, the Kailasian women are forced to flee from where we have been able to establish, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established these beautiful ecosystems because of the attacks by the neo-Hindutva and anti-Hindu militant forces, how they have continuously been bombarding, raiding, and ensuring that the ASMT women, the Kailasian women, Hindu women and children of Kailasa are never able to stay in one place, stay and have a steady ground where we can live even just a decent human life, and much less where we can pursue the ambition, higher ambition that we wanted to take up, that we decided that defines us ultimately as Hindus. We would like to present to you this timeline of continuous displacement of ASMT women and children, and continue sharing. And even today we'll have the voices of the victims, the Hindu sannyasis, Rudrakanyas, and women and children who have been victim to this tactics used by the neo-Hindutva militant forces in the genocide against Kailasa and the Hindus. So we'll be right back with you. I hope you stay tuned to listen to our story and ensure that finally, after 10 years, we have had the recognition by the UN for the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Please go through this link provided in the scroll below and ensure that we are sharing this with one and all. We'll be right back with you after a few minutes to continue sharing with each and every one of you on the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the women, Hindu women of Kailasa.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
So in the next segment of today's program, we are going to share with you some of very touching narrations, personal experiences of some of the members of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa. Narration from some of the Purna Sannyasis who belong to the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the Kailasa Uniting Nations for Swaminis, female monastic order of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, who are going to share their heart-wrenching stories of how they were forced to be displaced, how they were forced to be on the road, how they were forced to leave their home, their only place of residence, without knowing what is upcoming next. In this planned conspiracy to attack the vulnerable segments of Kailasa, which is the revival of the enlightened civilization, being revived by none other than the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And the neo-Hindutva and the neo-Hindutva elements, the militant elements, which are completely against the progressive yet an extremely traditional stance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa, does not want the Supreme Pontiff to revive the traditional progressive aspects of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which is giving sannyas to women, the female monkhood, and promoting, upholding the LGBTQ rights, reviving the Rudrakanya Sampradaya. They targeted the women of Kailasa and caused hundreds of the members of the monastic order of the Kailasa Uniting Nations to be displaced from their only home. What really happened? How they felt? What they went through? What was their experience? It is time for us to listen to this. I first now invite Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami, who has been a part of Kailasa since the year 2001. So for the past 20 years, she has been a disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, blessed into the path of sannyas, to be a proud disciple of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the anti-Hindu elements targeted such beautiful women. The anti-Hindu elements targeted women who become the foundation pillars to be a part of this mission. And the anti-Hindu elements targeted such swamis and swaminis and forced them to be displaced. What really happened the year 2010? I now invite Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami to join us to share her story. Nithyanandamma.
Nithyanandamma.
Nithyanandam. Today, as we are sharing in the interview about the displacement of the women of Kailasa, we have invited Ma Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami to share what really happened in 2010 that led to your displacement from the only home you knew. Can you give maybe a little bit of a background that led to your displacement first?
It was March 2010, and the morphed video was just telecast. we all started receiving phone calls. And in the monastery, we don't watch television. We have too much to do in service of the people. And these phone calls started coming, and the whole thing just hit us, landed on us. We didn't even have a lawyer. We didn't even have a legal department, so to say. We were just so pure, so innocent, and so much serving the people, living in Adi Kailash, the divine abode, our home, the most loving, most peaceful monastery, home, and abode, and nest for all of us. And then what happened after the 2nd of March is actually right now a big, I would say a big blur, because there were just too many things happening. What we would normally see in movies was happening right in front of our eyes in our own home. One side, fires were raging, and the most horrifying thing that happened in the first few days of the attack was, of course, the attackers trying to burn Bhagwan alive in his own quarters. We just didn't know which side to move, what to do, and how to do, and who was it who were up against us, and what harm has any of us done anything to people. Bhagwan works 25 hours a day only to enlighten humanity. No other agenda for anyone involved than where is the attack coming from and why. And there was no time to think. Things were happening too fast, and it was just a complete, utter insecurity with life and death happening in front of our eyes. And inside all of our hearts, what is happening to Swamiji? What is happening to Swamiji? One side, because we don't know what is actually happening to him. We only know they're trying to kill him. And we don't know what is going to happen to us. We are women. I don't need to say beyond that. And we don't know what is going to happen to our home, the monastery. We're just up against something completely unknown. And we are all so naive, and we don't know anything but service to humanity. And the kind of people who were there at that time, who were attacking, they were just too big, too huge, and such total strangers. Their body language, their verbal language, their expressions, everything was new to us. And I've never seen a live fire in all my life. It's just like every side you turn, there was just thick smoke going up the air. I mean, we couldn't even believe that we were actually watching it. As things were happening, soon we were told that it was no longer safe to stay there. It was no longer safe to stay in our own home. And we are a bunch of sannyasis, sannyasi women, who are living our sacred vows of sannyas. If we cannot stay in Adi Kailash, our own home in Bangalore, then where do we move? There was no time for any discussion. There was no time for meeting. We could barely see familiar faces in the campus. It was just strangers, thugs, hooligans, bringing down billboards, hammering on Swamiji's photographs, shouting things in different languages, just burning all the quarters. The media, they were just shooting the media had completely entered the campus, and they were actually shooting into any and every room that was open. And they were just on us. And we were already getting phone calls that, from our pre-monastic families, hey, we're seeing you on the television. What's happening? And it seems completely unsafe. You guys are just running helter-skelter, and there are just fires happening all over the place. I mean, I don't even need to tell you the kind of phone calls that we might have got at that time. And then this landed on us that it was no longer safe to be there. If we had to continue life after the storm settled, we needed to somehow step out and find a safe haven and keep in touch with each other. And although we didn't know what was going to happen to us, so a bunch of us just took the decision and we said, all right, there is no time to consult anybody here. We only know one thing. We want to be alive because we believe that God's own mission will continue despite what is meeting us in the eye. If there is a God, then this mission will continue. Only with that trust and belief in our hearts, with nothing else except that. And when I say, I really mean it. Just utter insecurity. Only with that one truth that if this is God's own mission, it cannot stop. And now when I think back, I think that was the acid test to what each of us have experienced as the truth. If we believe and if we have experienced that Swamiji is God incarnation, and if this is God's own mission, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, our beloved Swamiji, if it is true that he is God incarnation, and if it is true that we have taken the sacred vows of sannyas, and if the Hindu Dharma, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma is truth, then this mission shall continue. It will continue.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your sharing. I just like to point out to the viewers two things, and also I'd like to ask a quick question also, just to really make the viewers understand the kind of circumstance you're in. First of all, let me draw a comparison here about what happened on March 2nd and the following days, as well as how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was attacked and absolutely made to run out of his home and be entirely exiled from where he was. In around the 1940s in Tibet, the terrorist forces against the Tibetan Buddhists had started to invade in Tibet, in the main capital of Tibet. And suddenly they started throwing literal bombs, fire bombs in the palace of the Dalai Lama. And on that night, it was immediately decided that the Dalai Lama needed to be Nithyanandam?
Bhaktika Swami, as you were sharing.
Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. I had a slight internet issue. So, continuing with what I was sharing, with only the trust in the truth in us that if Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is God incarnation, if he is Paramashiva, and if this mission is God's own mission, and if it is true that we have all taken sannyas, our sacred vows, from Swamiji, who is Kala Bhairava himself, if it is true that we have taken our ochre robes from the feet of Kala Bhairava himself, and if it is true that we have been sincerely serving, if all of this is true, then this mission cannot stop. And may this be the test for us to find out for ourselves that this whole thing has passed the acid test and we have emerged.
Swami, if I may ask, how long were you staying in the Adinam when this happened? For how long were you already living with Adinam as your only house?
From 2003, Ma. So this happened in 2010. So that makes it 7 years.
7 years you were living in
Yes.
Adinam, and this going to be your house, and living in your house. And
Yes.
suddenly, I just want viewers who are listening to this, you are living in a place and suddenly you are no longer allowed to live in the place. Suddenly there's somebody attacking. Where would you go? Like, you cannot stay where you are and you don't have any other place to go. Where would you go? Just put yourself in that situation and see. Taking the life of sannyas, and it is not just a search of a place. It is our spiritual lifestyle. It is a spiritual commitment. The vows that we have taken as sannyasis to live in the house of our Guru. It is not that you go stay in a hotel or you go stay in a friend's place. No, we are sannyasis. Hindu sannyasis taking sannyas as per the Hindu tradition, which has a certain lifestyle to follow. So it is not just attack just on our place of residence. No. We could have gone to a hotel. No. It is not just an attack on the place of residence. It is an attack on the very spiritual component of Hinduism, which is the sannyas, which the Supreme Pontiff has tirelessly worked for the last, since his birth, he has worked to revive the Enlightenment ecosystem and bring back the authentic traditional Hinduism. And by forcing us into displacement and by forcing us to live in a way where we have to, now there is a question of where would you go? And what really happened when that situation came up, Bhaktika Swami? What you felt? And what was the discussion amongst the other female sannyasis at that time? How did you all feel?
Like I was telling you, Ma, all of us felt the same thing. Let us see how to keep ourselves alive so that when the mission continues, we will also continue. And we don't know at that point in time whether the mission is going to continue or not. And we don't know if Bhagwan survived the attack in Adi Kailash in his quarters. We don't know anything because we are all in one corner of the monastery and the communication is almost dying between us. But the group of us who were together, we decided, all right, so this place is no more safe for us to stay. So let us at least step out and see where we can keep ourselves alive so that when this God's own mission continues after the storm, whatever is happening has abated, then we will still be there and be part of it, and we can come back to our home. So we decided that, and we left Adi Kailash. And how we left, we decided we will split into pairs. Two female sannyasis stay together and move. Where you're going to move, we don't know. Okay, use divine guidance, connect to Swamiji, he will guide you. And as two people, just move away from Adi Kailash and somehow keep your devices alive so that we can keep in touch. And while we were saying all this and doing all this and moving out of Adi Kailash, the media was raging. The media was raging with all the false news, the fake news. They had visuals of the whole monastery being burnt and people running here and there. They had visuals that they would love to have. I don't need to tell you more than that. And each media was putting their own lines to it, to the visuals. And they were just terrorizing, spreading panic across the citizens who watched television. I don't need to tell you. So this was happening, and it was so much working against us, because here we are a bunch of women, female sannyasis, trying to step out and find some safe temporary haven before we can come back safely to our own home. And here the media was completely working against us, because people have now seen us. They have flashed us all over the place with such headlines, such gross headlines, so much of false news, and making Swamiji and all the sannyasis look like one media is saying it's a brothel house, one media is saying it's a, and we are not looking at media. We are only hearing. We don't know exactly what they're showing because we are running to save our own lives. So we don't know specifically what they're saying. So when we step out on the streets, we don't know what is going to hit us, whether people are straight away going to come and murder us, or what are they going to do? Because they've been hearing so much of false news about Swamiji and the sannyasis and the mission. So we were completely clueless as to how we are going to protect ourselves on the streets. But we could not stay back in Adi Kailash either. It was a worse thing to stay back in Adi Kailash than to step out on the street. And if we step out on the street, we don't know what is going to meet us. Knowing the whole thing, and with the determination that this is God's own mission, it will survive this storm. We stepped out. We moved in pairs. And I moved with another co-sannyasi, Ma Nithyananda Swami. Ma Achala and I moved together, and the other female sannyasis moved in pairs as well.
Did you ever, when you joined the Adinam in 2003, did you ever expect such a scenario that at one point you would have to move out without knowing where you are moving out?
Ma Jnanatma Swami, let me tell you, Ma, till the end of my life, if there are a few scenes I can never forget, what I'm going to share with you now is one such scene. You're asking me if I ever thought such a scene would come. How would I have even thought that Adi Kailash would be attacked to start with? Leave alone the scenes that are following it. This is something just out of a horror movie that landed on our lives, live, real. Even today, I cannot believe it, that we actually survived all those scenes and came. If it is true there is a God, I am a living example for that. I am living proof for that there is a God and this is God's own mission. Because I am alive today and talking to you and survived all that, having only one thing in my heart, that if my Guru is Paramashiva, and if it is true that the sannyas have taken at his feet is real, and if it is true that Swamiji and the sannyasis have sincerely served humanity, then this will pass and we will all be back together. And it happened. So let me tell you, Ma, there's no question of, did you ever think that one day this will happen? Until it happened, we didn't even know that, I mean, I really don't know how to even answer your question. Because what happened after that in the following days are things that, if I think back now, it was, I can't even imagine I survived it. Once we split up as pairs, Ma Achala and I moved together, and we wanted at least a few hours of a safe place for us to put our heads together, because we could hardly hold conversation with each other in the chaos that was happening in Adi Kailash, the kind of attacks that were happening. So we wanted somewhere a safe place to strategize, to think through what we should be doing. So just for a couple of hours, we knocked on her pre-monastic home door. Her parents were just shocked, and they didn't ask any questions. They just immediately let us in. And all we had was for whatever we could find in Adi Kailash, because they had just destroyed the whole place. And we also couldn't carry much because we didn't know where we were going. So whatever we could fit in our backpacks, she had a backpack and me too, we just put, and our devices were very important to us, even more than our clothes, because we needed our laptop, we needed our cell phone to communicate at least minimum, and to do something with the internet that might be needed to be done, because we didn't even know what would be needed to be done. We didn't know anything. So that, and our chargers, all this became more essential than our 2 sets of ochre robes. So just with 2 sets of ochre robes and our gadgets, our devices, we packed our backpacks and we just knocked on her door, and her parents were shell-shocked. They couldn't believe it. And we also knew that if we went in, they were not going to let us out, because the media, they were continuously watching the media in her home. Of course, the people outside, when you show them so much of a visual, you feed them with so much of terrorism happening out there, of course, they are going to be so concerned. Knowing that we went because we wanted at least 1 or 2 hours to come to terms with what is happening and talk to each other and decide which foot to put forward first and in which direction. So knowing that it might be very difficult to get out of her house, we went there and we just maintained a complete calm. And then she took us into her room, of course, her pre-monastic room. And they were very kind to us. They didn't disturb us. Her mother was serving us, pre-monastic mother was serving us something to eat and all that. So then we quickly put our heads together and we said, hey, look, now, if we delay further, media is feeding more and more false news into people. People are entering into phobia and panic. Definitely, we cannot step out again and be available to ourselves and to the mission and to our sannyas and to our guru, right? The purpose of our life. So we need to move from here fast. So what we did, even from the belongings that we bought, we just left a few things there. And then very minimum we took with us and stepped onto the streets. Ma Achala and myself. Sorry, Ma, you were going to ask something?
Yes, I was going to ask. It is a time when, as a sannyasi, the life of us, who's our guru, Swamiji is being attacked left, right, and center. And it is on the 3rd of March, we all knew, with Swamiji being locked inside his own quarters, his residence was burnt. And I was there in the monastery at that time, and none of the Adinavasis or Swamis were even allowed to go out, and we were actually purposely held away so that, the assassination attempt can go in full swing. So we know for sure the life of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is under attack. That's one side. Now it is the time for whoever is there to come together to strategize, to see how to handle the situation, right? And at that time, the people who were, I was very new at that time. The people who were, like, let's say, Ma Bhaktika Swami, who was there for about 8 years, and Achala Swami who has been there for 6-7 years by then, who were the administrators or a part of the administration, or people who can reach out to people who were administering. That group had to stay together to strategize, to see what is going to happen tomorrow. What am I supposed to do? How can we protect Swamiji? How can we get out of this? Because at one place the ashram is burning, on the other side the Adinavasis are being attacked, the other side temple deities are being attacked, and all over, not just in Adi Kailash, right? All over India, is in every Kailasa, attack is going on. Deities are being destroyed, books are being burnt and whatnot. So this is a huge attack by the anti-Hindu elements and neo-Hindutva militants coming together. Continuously hate speech is going on in the media, where the administrators even allowed to strategize, where the administrators even allowed to think what we need to do to handle the fire that's going on internally, externally, where the disciples even allowed to see how to protect our beloved Guru, whose life is in danger. We don't know where Swamiji is and how Swamiji is, how safe he is, continuously being attacked. Was there even a place for us to talk? And this was exactly the conspiracy done by the anti-Hindu elements, where we are now made to run for our own life. The top administrators of Adi Kailasa now don't even know where their next place of stay is going to be. So one is the displacement of sannyasis as such. But that's a lesser problem, because the bigger problem here is the attack on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who's our very life. What do we need to do? One side, there are hundreds of false cases. The other side, the hate speech in the media. The other side, the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva attacking us from all sides. The ashrams are burning. Women sannyasis are being raped and molested. So much of hate news coming from everywhere. And the people who could do something about it, who could reach out to the media, or who could give a press meet, or who could answer the public, who could answer the thousands of phone calls ringing in Adi Kailash continuously, knowing, wanting the devotees, wanting to know what's happening. Can they come? Can we be there for support? Can we come there? Can we do something? The people who are part of Kailasas everywhere, wanting to be a part of it. Is there anybody to even answer their phone calls? Because the people who could do were purposely and cunningly and strategically displaced. Now, the team which was to handle the crisis is spread in 10 different places. And you are put in the crisis yourself. You don't know where you're going to stay, what you're going to do. This is exactly how the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva militants literally rip apart Hindu organization, knowing that Supreme Pontiff is the last lamp of Hinduism. And this organization and Kailasa is the only hope for humanity and the only hope to keep the Enlightenment civilization alive. An organization which has its foundation principles on ahimsa and non-violence. This was what was done to us. And the reason why I'm sharing this, dear viewers, is we need to know it's not just about sannyasis, staying somewhere else for a few days and coming back. No, the entire organization is in crisis now. The attack is happening from all corners. How do we handle it? And the people who were to handle are displaced themselves, running to find out where they can be safe, where they can be protected. Yes, Ma Bhaktika Swami, please continue.
Yes, Ma. And my Anatma Swami, these particular few days I'm describing now, it was a complete focus on where we can be to remain alive because of the nature of the attack coming from media and all other quarters, which we don't even know what these quarters are. We only know we're being attacked, right? So the whole focus was on, we don't know where Swamiji is and what has happened to Swamiji, and we have to keep ourselves alive. Only these two thoughts are going on in the head continuously. Where is Swamiji? What is happening to him? And how do we remain alive? Right? So we told Ma Achala Swami's pre-monastic mother, Amma, we are just going to go out and we'll be back. Okay, she needed that. Only then she's even going to let us go out. Okay, so we just told her that. But already Ma Achala and myself had offloaded a few more things in her house because it was too much to carry. And we wanted to be lighter, right? We didn't know what was awaiting us. And so we took very, very bare minimum again in the backpack and we left her house. Her father was continuously watching the media in the drawing room, and really divine grace, they allowed us to move. They could have very well said, no, you cannot move now. You have to be inside, right? Just it happened and we went out. That's it. Never to go back again. We went, and then where to go? We just stepped out on the streets. And on top of our ochre robes, we were wearing color clothes. If you have to remain alive and you need to serve the people and you need to retain your sannyas vows, what do? On top of our ochre robes, we were wearing the color clothes. And even that media picked up, and they would flash us, and the headlines would be Rang Rang Rangila. Rangila means like, colors. Oh, you know what? All the sannyasis are wearing color clothes. People outside don't know we are wearing color clothes to save our lives. And we are wearing our kavis inside. We are wearing the ochre inside. Every single fight for our life was twisted by media, and we were made to. They made it appear as though the sannyasis are having a good time wearing color clothes, making use of the situation. Whereas here, we are fighting to remain alive and still preserving our sannyas vows and wearing the color clothes on top of our kavi clothes and looking around how to remain alive. So we stepped onto the street, and we just wanted to appear as though, all was well. And we just kept walking where we don't know. That was the first time, Manaratma Swami. It's like you just don't have a place. You don't know where you should go. You're just on the streets. Means you're just on the streets. That's all. There is no place. Your home is burning. There is no place. And you are afraid to talk to anybody. Afraid only for one reason. That we might not be able to remain alive to continue God's own mission. No other fear was there, mind you. That is the success and the greatness of our beloved Bhagavan on each one of us sannyasis. We did not have a fear for our life in the real sense of fear of life. Our fear was we wanted to still be alive to be part of God's own mission and continue with Sanatana Hindu Dharma. That was the only fear. It was not the mundane fear of life. We had lived enough with Bhagavan for him to transmit that ultimate powerfulness in us. And it worked. It worked on the face of real life and death situation. Ma Achala and I can write a book on just those few days and help people understand Hinduism is real, and when you're presented with a life and death situation, the Hindu truths work, and incarnations are real, Paramashiva is real. And when Paramashiva happens, you can test any truth of Hinduism you want, it works. So we were out on the streets. Where we were going, we don't know. And suddenly, Ma Achala and I had nothing to do. There was nothing to do. We were waiting to get some news through our small devices. And another fear at that time was, what should happen to our devices? It is running out of charge. The only thing we wanted to do at that point in time was how to keep our cell phones alive. That was the only strategy we did. We could only do one step at a time, because first we had to have our devices to keep in touch with each other, to keep in touch with the other pairs, and to a smaller core team that was still there in Adi Kailash. So this was our lifeline, our small cell phones. And at that time, so many years back, we did not have such advanced cell phones either.
So, Ma Bhaktika Swami.
So, yes.
So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of the entire community.
I'm not able to hear you very loudly.
Sorry, Ma. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the leader of the entire community, was exiled from his home. You all, his disciples, the members of the community, were forced out onto the streets, forced into hiding, displaced from your homes. Then, even though you were in hiding, you were still being attacked. So at this time, what was it that made you come back and be able to come back to the Adinam despite facing so much of attack and so much of insecurity and instability?
Ma, when you have experienced truths for yourself, then you don't need the support of anything else, and you will stand for it, and you will want to be associated only with it, come what may. Like I was just sharing with you, Ma, those few days will forever, till the rest of our lives, be the single thing I will recount to anyone who has a question about Paramashiva, about incarnations, about Hindu Dharma, and about the teachings and truths of Hindu Dharma. Your question is, what made you come back? Only these 4 things. That Swamiji is Paramashiva, and the strength of his teachings, and what he had transmitted to us. I'm using the word transmission because unless it is a transmission of light, this depth of cognition and the courage would never have come upon any of us. So it is nothing but the purity, the depth, and the realness of Paramashiva, Swamiji as the incarnation, his teachings, and the mission, Swamiji's mission, which is so sincere, real, and Ma, when you've lived something, you don't need any other support. Just the strength of your life is enough. So the answer to your question is, the strength of the life we lived with Swamiji prior to the attack is what saw us through the days of the attack. Every time, not just in 2010. Every year the attack happened. Every instance the attack happened. Purely the strength of the truths of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and the transmission, the initiation, the transmission from Swamiji as the incarnation to us. Only that has seen us through. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Because of the strength of your experience and because you were able to seek refuge in a safe place and return to the Adinam, you were able to continue your life. Unfortunately, not all of the female sannyasis, the children, the monks that were in the Adinam at that time were fortunate enough to be in such a situation to seek refuge in a safe place and return back to their homes. Can you explain a little bit more about that, Ma?
Actually, what happened, Ma, there were a junior rung of sannyasis also, right? Who were in their probationary vows period. Okay. So we had to take at least that one spot decision at that time because we were so many women, we had to take the one decision that our senior rung would split as pairs and keep ourselves alive wherever, okay? So that we could stay from wherever we are, function and regroup, okay, with God's grace. While the junior rung, we told them, look, just go back to your pre-monastic homes for a few days. We promise you that we will call you the moment Adi Kailash comes back to some level of safety. Because right now the storm is raging. We don't know what we are against. We have not harmed anybody, right? Just because we've been serving, and there are some vested interest people who don't want the service to continue, things are happening, but your lives are very important for 2 reasons. One is you need to be available to continue your life in the path that you want and serve the people and live with your guru. And second, your pre-monastic families, they know you're in the probationary period, so they're going to be very, very, very concerned. And that is now the safest place for you right now. We had to take a very practical decision, balancing the entire scene that was so new and so raging in front of our eyes. So we told the junior rung and they did not want to move, Ma. So of course, so many of them are here today, right? But I still remember they cried and cried saying, Why? You take one junior with each of you and go. If Ma Achala and you is going, one of us will come with you. What is the problem? If you can face it, we can face it. But you know, Ma, the tough decision at that time was, while Ma Achala, the senior rung, like us, we were ready for anything, right? While we were ready to take on the responsibility for our lives, somewhere at that point, on the one side, taking these juniors along, because if we die, then they die along with us, but they wanted to put their lives down. That was the beauty of the whole thing. But somewhere we felt it was not fair on our part to drag them onto the streets. We were torn between the strength of their sannyas and somewhere, feeling that when there is an alternative for them, temporarily at least, why drag them onto the streets where life was not assured? So we took the tough decision and we literally begged them and said, very soon we're all going to regroup. We will see this through, guys. Just be out there for some time. We will call you the moment we feel things are safe again. Yes, Ma, you were saying something.
I was just wanting to reiterate.
Ma, Prema, we are not able to hear you very clearly, Ma.
Yes, Ma, your volume is a bit low.
Sorry, Ma. I was just saying that the situation was just too unstable for the younger group, the more vulnerable people in the community at that time to be staying with the Adinam and continuing to remain within their identity as the ASMT community member, because the situation was too unstable, it was too insecure. So they were forced to disidentify from the community just for their own security, their own safety. I've heard, Ma, that even that many other females who were forced out on the streets were attacked actually that night. Can you share a little bit about that?
Ma, as women, you know what additional things we're up against, right? Which was one of the key reasons that we did not want to drag the younger ones onto the street. Because if we had to fight, then we didn't want, our energy to be diverting into anything else that might happen if we take the younger ones along. You know what I'm talking about, right? Women getting raped, which happened at that time. So that was another main reason why we decided we will not take them onto the streets with us. Because in front of our own eyes, in our own home, in Adi Kailash in Bangalore, so much abuse was happening. So many of our own female sannyasis, they were getting violated. And we just didn't know what more is going to happen to us. And this whole, and the whole thing was, Ma, we didn't know what the next scenes is going to be, right? We just didn't know what else might come on our heads, because we've only seen this in movies. And in movies, someone else is doing it. Even if you're emotionally involved, you're not strategizing, right? He's got the conclusion in his hands. You're only watching. You're not strategizing. And if it's happening in your own life, then you have no clue how to deal with it, right? So women getting raped, I've not even spoken those sentences before in my life at that point in time, right? So I'm just like being introduced to life every minute, every second in really gory forms. And at the bottom of this all, in my heart and in the heart of each one of us, where is Swamiji? What is happening to him? Where is Swamiji? What is happening to him? And we could just feel, Ma, the connection, of course, which was our only, which was the only thing that kept the heart beating, right? Our connection and the strength of that connection to the truth, that is Swamiji, right? That is the only thread that connected the entire group together, made us survive, come back, live gloriously, face all the attacks. And today it has culminated as the Kailasa nation itself. And when Achalama and myself stepped out, like I was telling you, we only had to keep our cell phones alive. That was the only strategy we could do at that point in time, because we were marking time for authentic news to come from our own people, what else is happening to us and what else needs to be done. So we had to charge our cell phones. So suddenly, I told Ma Achala, shall we just go to some temple? Because that's the only thing we know that will make it happen. It will take care of everything. Let us just find some temple. What worse can happen to us? They'll kill us. We're ready for it. That's it. We died for the truth. That's all. So it was around afternoon time, and we decided, fine, let's go to a temple. And she said, she's basically from Bangalore, so she knows Bangalore pretty well. So she said, I know there's a Shiva temple here. Let's go there. So then it was around afternoon time. And like you know, temples are closed in the afternoon. They open again back only at about 4 o'clock. So we said, never mind. We'll sit at the doorstep of the temple. So we sat there, the two of us. No conversation happened. We just sat. It was just at the edge of the cliff. We just didn't know what was going to happen next. And suddenly what happened? An old lady came limping from inside the temple. And she was calling out the names of a dog and a cat. And she told us, oh, I came to feed this dog and cat. You know, they come for food every day. And she opened the gate. Okay, at that time when the temple was supposed to be closed. And then we asked her, Amma, is it okay if we sit inside the temple now? She said, fine, come. You know, you very well know when the temples are closed, you know, for that period of time, generally you're not allowed inside. You have to wait till 4 o'clock, right? She allowed us in, and immediately both of us knew. See, if it is true, then it is true. It's happening. There is a God, and this is God's own mission. Swamiji will guide us every step. This itself is God answering our call. And we went inside, and it was a Shiva temple. There was a Shivalinga there, and we went and sat there, just in front of the Shivalinga. Of course, the door was closed. Through the grill, we could see the Shivalinga. And we said, now come on, Achala, we need to charge our cell phones. And you won't believe it. We just looked up, and there was this huge array, sockets, only sockets in a huge wooden board, right? And Ma Achala and myself grabbed our cell phones. And yes, Ma?
I was just saying, in a temple, seeing that kind of a huge array of wooden board of charging plug points is not a common scene that we see in a Hindu temple.
Exactly. That's what I was coming to tell, Ma. There was this huge, extraordinarily, you know, in a temple, such a big, only sockets. It was like, you know, Paramashiva was just giving it to us, showering on us, right? We immediately put our hands into the backpack, pulled out the cell phones and charged it. Put it for charging and just sat there and said, oh Lord, we're surrendering to you. We don't know where you are. We don't know where you are, Swamiji, where we don't know where you are. And all we know is we want to charge our cell phones so that we can remain alive and remain connected to the group. We can't think of anything beyond that right now. This is our strategy for now. Stay alive and keep the cell phone charged. We charged. And then what happened? We didn't want to stay too long in any place because we didn't know who was watching us. We didn't know what we were up against. And it was so venomous, the whole scene. So immediately we said, Achala, once the cell phone is charged, let's move. Let's not stay here too long, because once a temple opens, people are going to start coming in. And we don't want to be sitting in one place and people being able to see us. We want to be roaming around so people will not be noticing our faces, because we have been flashed a lot on television. So once we felt our cell phones were charged enough, we got up. Yes, Ma.
I just was sorry to interrupt, Ma, but I just wanted to, as you were sharing, it just occurred to me. In a peak of crisis where you have just been displaced, and if you see how women, especially women who are displaced, they go through so much of mental trauma. They go through panic attacks. They go through so much of suffering and pain, and they are not even able to think what they need to do. Women go through so much of trauma and stress when they are displaced. And you know, there are so many research articles and books, and the people, women who are displaced themselves have come out and shared how it was. And even now thinking about it, they have so much of that painful memories that they have during the traumatic period when they were forcibly displaced. And here I'm hearing the story of the women of Kailasa, you know, the disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, displaced, don't know where to go, sitting at the footstep of a temple, and you know, just entering a temple and thinking about, you know what, we need to charge our phones to be available. We need to charge our phones to decide what we need to do next. How else we can contribute to the society? How can we attend to the situation, the larger situation that is happening around us? It's just impossible for a woman in that situation to even cognize. All a woman, a normal woman would be thinking when she or he, when she is displaced, is how can I save my life? Where am I going to stay next? Where my next meal is going to be? Where am I going to be safe? Is my life going to be okay? That's all women can think about. And this is not to, this is all we are. This is how we as humans are made to, you know, first of all, we can think, okay, my life is in danger. Let me protect myself. But here, the thought current that Swamiji has instilled in each and every one of us, at any point in time, always be available, be contributing to the society. Even at the time when you are displaced, even at the time where you do not know where your next meal is going to be or where your next place of residence is going to be, you are thinking about being available to people, being available to the society. This is exactly what the Supreme Pontiff has inculcated in us, that even at the time of crisis, not when we are in the monastery, when we have all the infrastructure, when you do not have anything, when you are stripped of everything, and there is so much of uncertainty that around you, even at that time, we are only thinking of how can I be available? How can I be contributing? You know, this is what I want to share. You know, it brings even in that moment of crisis. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. You know, Ma Nyanatma Swami, at that time, Ma Achala and I were just on the streets, not knowing where to go, no home, and waiting for some miracle call to come to us. Like I was telling you, we were, you know, at that temple, and then there was that one caretaker of the temple lying down. Okay, it was his resting time. Okay, so we just told him, Ayya, can you let us out? Because they had once again locked the gate. So once we knew our cell phones were charged enough, we said, Ayya, can you please let us out? You know what he did? He was lying down. If I think back in those scenes, I feel he was actually just Paramashiva lying down there. He doesn't even know who we are. He took his key from his trouser pocket without even turning and looking at us. He just threw the key, slid the key on the floor. He was lying down on the floor. He slid the key on the floor and said, here, take the key. Go open the gate, go out and just throw the key back in. How would he do that to strangers? It was like, you know, a leela in front of our eyes, even in those dire circumstances. He just slid the slide on the floor and said, here, go out of the temple and lock, and you yourself throw the key back into the temple. So, you know, Matra and I just looked at each other.
When you were sharing this, you know what reminds me? See, even though the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was himself had to, somehow we have to keep the physical body of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism safe and alive, and at that time, and so much of attack and assassination attempts going on, every moment, Swamiji makes us feel he is there with us. Yes. I don't know how to, you know, that if you're watching us live, and I have experienced it, 1,000 times in my life, I don't know, thousands of times, and I'm sure Bhakti Swami also, it is not that, yes, we were stranded, but we were not. Yes, we were displaced, yet we were not. That is how Swamiji held us internally. You know, if we could act differently at that time, if we could not collapse and cry and think of, having suicidal thoughts and going into depression and drugs and whatnot, if we could be stable mentally, psychologically, if we were able to even think and be a part of this whole grand mission, it is because of the inner software that Swamiji has installed in each and every one of us. And never once any of us felt stranded. Never once any of us felt Swamiji was not there with us. In some way, Swamiji will tell us and will make us experience that miracle. Will make us experience that I'm there for you. When you were sharing this, Bhakti Kasami, that was what the click that I'm getting. He just makes us feel at every moment, whether that woman coming out of the temple and taking you in, or this man giving the key, or this huge, this panel of sockets, that exactly what you needed. Everything is a way that Swamiji is telling you, you both are not alone. I am there with you.
Absolutely. Yanatma Swami, I'm reliving what I'm telling, and you're able to see it from, so many different perspectives. I'm just telling you life as it happened, and you're able to, bring out so many perspectives from it, right? At no point in time, we felt, it was just completely utter insecurity, right? You don't know, you don't have a home. You're a woman, you're a sannyasi. So, even at that time, like you were saying, the concern was where and what is happening to Swamiji and how do we continue, right? So what we did, we took the key from the floor, okay? And then we went out and we locked and threw it inside and we moved. Our cell phones were charged. We started moving. And we started choosing roads which were not so crowded. So we were just walking. It was so different because you're used to going for an evening walk. Even evening walk, you know where you're going and where you're going to come back to. And you know the timing. It's a half-an-hour walk. That walk, those couple of walks I had with Ma Achala, I will never forget. Because in those walks, we didn't know where we were going and we didn't know whether we would return, and we didn't know which road to take. It is just a life at the peak of insecurity for us, that's all. So we went and we started walking around, and at that time, there was not much strategizing to do. We suddenly broke off into memories with Swamiji. Ma Achala started sharing so many things that Swamiji has told her directly. And I started sharing so many things that I've heard directly from Swamiji. And we just started recalling just disconnected, isolated incidents, exchanges with Bhagwan. And we just continued to walk. And both of us we're from publications department, like you know. So then we were discussing. So I was telling Achala, Ma Achala, we don't know where Bhagwan is. We don't know what has happened to him. But Bhagwan has spoken thousands of hours. He has spoken at least 12,000 hours at that point in time. And you and I are in charge of publications. We will, irrespective, independent of what is happening to Bhagwan, we will not let those 12,000 hours go anywhere. We will start something on our own if we survive. And we will bring out Bhagwan's teachings to the world. And let us do what we can. This is the kind of conversations we're having. We know how much truth Bhagwan has delivered in the 12,000 hours. And we know we will forever be part of the mission. Whatever may happen to the mission, in whatever form it's going to happen after this, whether it's going to happen, we don't know. But you and I know better than anyone else, those 12,000 hours are there. And we need to reach that to the people. So whatever it takes, we'll even set up a small office. Yanatma Swami, we started talking so many things because we don't know what the next minute is going to be. And we don't know what happened to Bhagwan. So we are talking so many things. We're strategizing in so many different directions about the 12,000 hours of Bhagwan's talks. How we can even set up a small arrangement from where we can make this available to the people, the truths to the people. All these conversations we are having, and then suddenly when we come to a quiet spot on the road under a subway or something, we would just sit there and rest our feet a bit. And we would hope that there would be some call on our cell phone. there would be that miracle call that would come saying, guys, we're regrouping. If not in Adi Kailash, in some other alternate location where at least we can be together safely and strategize together safely. We were waiting for the miracle call and it came. Because there was no other expectation for us on that particular day. The only expectation was the phone to ring, and it rang. And we got a call saying, you come back and there is another alternate location. Let's regroup there. It seems to be safe. So all the pairs that split, we came back and we were in that location. And we started putting our heads together about the ABCD of what's going on. So that was the next scene. You know, if I think of if I just think back of those days, it is worse than even some of the movies I've seen. And I can't even believe today, actually, I've moved through all those scenes. Such a large group survived it. And like Ma Punapriya was asking, what was it that made you survive and what was it that made you come back? Very simple. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, that it is true, it works, Paramashiva is real, and incarnations do happen even in modern times. And when they happen and they come as your guru, their teachings are real, and you can put it to acid test and you will emerge successful. So these are the only things that I will share forever and ever and ever with real life experiences to stand by it.
And at this time, Muktika Swami, when the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in bringing out the persecution of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the persecution of the women of Kailasa and the persecution of all the sannyasis, relentless efforts. I'm sure, you know more than me. The number of media houses that we have knocked at and the number of police stations we have gone through, number of courts that we have gone, and the human rights avenues that we have approached, so many things over the last 10 plus years of this relentless persecution. And today, the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have come to fruition with the attack and the persecution that Swamiji and all of us went through is coming to light in the international community. So how does you as a monastic member of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa and somebody who has been in the center of this whole persecution and been through it before, during and after, how does it feel when we realize that the efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in bringing this to limelight has finally come to fruition?
Like I told something which cannot even be described, the hard work of Swamiji, right? Simple hard work, which can never be described enough. The result of that, the culmination of that happens every minute. His effort is in building individuals and reaching the masses, both at the same time. Building individuals means making individuals live enlightenment. And from whatever sharing I've done the past half an hour, I cannot find a more classic example than that as a direct testimony of the fruition of Bhagwan's untiring efforts. Because if two female sannyasis can survive what happened in 2010 and survive that life on the streets and be available today to share this with people, then nothing can be greater testimony to that. Nothing can be greater testimony to Bhagwan's efforts on individuals. And Bhagwan's reach to the masses in the infinite dimensions. There are people living today because of Bhagwan. They have been given life when the entire medical fraternity has washed its hands off. Thousands of cancers have survived. Why? Our own Srinitya Sevananda. Leading hospitals washed their hands off him, and he had a cancerous tumor. And he has been living 19 years with Swamiji. The doctors told him that you will not be able to sit for more than a few minutes for the rest of your life. And he has served as the, as such a enricher of people with the truths. And he has been sitting for hours together, connecting to people, completely defying the predictions of the scientific community. So Bhagwan's untiring efforts in infinite dimensions, be it healing, giving life to people. Giving life means, actual life, where you stop people from dying, right? That life, raw life, physical life, not life as in, emotional flowering and all. That is all next, coming up next. Raw life to people, and the living enlightenment dimension for people, and for people who want just to see economic prosperity in their life. That coming out true for them. And they're realizing that for economic prosperity also, your roots are in the spiritual truths. And if you adhere to it, you can see exponential growth compared to your mundane efforts in just the materialistic zones. So the efforts of Bhagwan on the masses and on individuals has happened across the span of his 43 years on planet Earth as the incarnation who's come down as the Guru in infinite dimensions for the people. If we can just bring those people to this forum and make them share, which we have been doing, but there are millions out there who've not yet made it to this platform, who've been given life, who've been given economic prosperity, who've been given living enlightenment as a lifestyle, and who have tested the truths and they've experienced it for themselves. So many millions have not yet come to this platform yet. So really, Niman and Atma Swami, it's too huge a story to tell the day by day with Bhagwan, and what is being uploaded in Nithyanandapedia, nithyanandapedia.org today, as day by day with Bhagwan, the colossal work that's still continuing, can only start telling the volumes about the simple hard work of Bhagwan. If one just goes into nithyanandapedia.org and they start seeing day by day, it will hit them the hard work you're just talking about. Because it is just much larger than life itself. One will not be able to believe, one will not be able to believe that this is not possible by a normal human being. This is possible only by a divine being. Nithyanandapedia.org will help people understand that. Especially when we start putting all the narratives in place, like what I just shared with you. If everyone starts putting the narrative in place, then the story of how Bhagwan built the Kailasa nation from 1978, the year he assumed the human body. I'm saying 1978, I know I'm talking about age 0, because for an incarnation, his work starts the moment he assumes the human body. There is nothing called a period and then you start some mission, 0. Your mission starts if you're an incarnation from the time you land, because you don't know to do anything else except the avataric mission. So if you study the lives of incarnation, you'll understand what I'm saying. And if you study the life of Bhagwan, and if you interview the people who lived around him when he was age 0, and thereafter till till it became global, you'll understand what I'm saying. Sorry, I interrupted you. Yes, go ahead, Ma.
I was just wanting to say, were forcibly displaced. What we went through at that time. As you are listening to this, how do you feel what is that, what aspect of today's sharing impacted you? And when you think about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, one side getting assassination attempts on his own life, the other side the monastery being burnt to ashes, the other side the sannyasis are displaced, the other side the sannyasis are attacked and raped and whatnot. When all these things are happening, and how Swamiji not just protected himself, the mission, each and being available to each and every one of us, and continuing to contribute, even when you are attacked, even when you are persecuted. When you listen to these, how do you feel? I invite each and every one of our viewers to please leave a comment in the YouTube live chat of the HDH Nithyananda channel. If you're watching the live on YouTube, please come over and share your thoughts as you're listening to the sharing of one of the senior sannyasis of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the monastic order of the Sovereign Order of Kailasa, the Kailasa Uniting Nations for Swaminis, the order that Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami belongs to. How do you feel? The displacement of the women of Kailasa, the impact that it would have left on them, yet being available, following the footsteps of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being available and making themselves available to be a part of this divine mission. How do you feel? Please, I invite each and every one of you to come live and share and put your thoughts in the YouTube live chat, because we just have a few minutes before we enter into the live satsang. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going to join us. And it is the relentless efforts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism who has not just protected each and every disciple, showing us that Swamiji is available for us no matter what. He is there taking care of us, protecting us, and being available for us. And today, presenting and compiling this whole cost and presenting it so that once and for all, this attack against Hinduism, attack against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the attack against Kailasa, an attack against the marginalized sections of the society and the marginalized sections of Hinduism can be protected. The attack can be stopped and we can have protection and the revival can happen. So please do come and share your comments. Humanity will be grateful to Swamiji. Absolutely, I are each and every one of us. If we can just have that, understand what Swamiji has done and doing to humanity, just that is enough to just melt in gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. Thank you so much, Maheshji, for coming and sharing your thoughts. And today, it is our responsibility as Hindus to share this news widely. So if you're watching us live, please use the hashtag UN recognizes the persecution of HDH Nithyananda and Kailasa and share this news virally with everyone.
Yes, I'd also like to add, first of all, thank you so much, Nitya Bhaktikananda Swami, for joining us and really sharing a heartfelt, something I'm sure even Kailasians across the world who have been seeing the persecution that has been happening for the past decade did not know what was going on, what was happening with inside, what was happening on these really during the nights of emergency right after the attacks in the Adinam. I'd like to add, of course, that it was what we're hearing from your story is one incident, and I absolutely was uplifted and at the same time devastated to hear how much you went through, how much it would have taken to take responsibility, ensure you're made available, ensure that you continue the vows you kept to serve humanity, and you are integrated to your vows to serve humanity, and at the same time also survive all attacks and ensure that you are withstanding the attacks, the fear of being raped, brutally assaulted, even being sexually assaulted in many instances from what you have shared before, and even having no food no home, no space to even sleep, finding your way. And at the same time, how in all of that, you just held on to Swamiji. And you held on so ferociously that ultimately we are able to come back. I'd like to also explain to the viewers that it's not just one incident. What we heard today from Ma Bhaktika Swami was a heartfelt sharing, really that moved each and every one of us to tears. But in Adinams across India, whether it's Salem, Hosur, in Tiruvannamalai, in so many different cities, while they were searching, hunting literally for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the terrorist militant forces had raided each and every single Adinam, just like they did Adi Kailash, and women, Hindu sannyasis, and even children, Balasans, were kicked out, needed to flee the Adinam, just like Ma Bhaktika Swami, out of fear of their lives and fear of keeping their dignity intact, their basic human dignity. And across India, in all of the Adinams, they were just literally put into the streets, put into more and more vulnerable situations in order to, and pushed to protect themselves in this circumstance. And some of these women were not able to make it back. Some of these women were not even, we don't even know if they are safe still today because of the situations that are happening at that time, who all over India, thousands were displaced. Thousands of Kailashian women were displaced in a matter of days. And it was not just this incident, it was not just 2010, but also in 2015, in 2017, in 2019, continuously. And Ma Bhaktika Swami, even during the Trishulam attacks, how we had literally been stoned nearly to death. And the entire Adinam destroyed, literally not even able to live in that Adinam, not needing to survive. And somehow we are able to get help to fix the property and fix the whole thing. Perhaps even Ma Bhaktika Swami, if you can share just a little bit for the viewers about the subsequent attacks that have been happening, where women have been displaced, where you yourself have seen in Pavlakundru and also in Trishulam, and even perhaps in YSJP, and how each and every time the women and children of the ASNT, when the terrorists attack and they raid the Adinams, they look out for, first of all, to kill the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and also to do their way, entirely steal the dignity of all the women every single year. We'll now be continuing this segment. We're continuing the sharings from Ma Bhaktika Swami, and even interacting with some of you, some of the viewers who are commenting right now. We will just be right back with you after a very quick break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om
this time. We have many of our YouTube viewers who have shared, listening to the sharing. We have Vikram saying, the fire of chaste Hindu women. Thank you, Vikramji. We have Dr. Shanti saying, I'm completely amazed at the enormous tyaga and enriching dimensions that Bhagavan himself is living and transmitted successfully to all the sannyasis. Bowing down in deep gratitude at the divine lotus feet of Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We have Vikram U who's saying, I'm currently now in Adi Kailash COVID care, eating the royal food, which is a blessing of you mothers. And we have Ananda Bharati who's saying, no words to express the gratitude of Swamiji and his Sangha all through these years with Tyagaraja, blessing us, bearing all the false abusers and tortures. Swamiji and his sannyasis and his devotees have emerged now with triumph, and feeling the truth will one day, and the truth will win. I bow down to all the female sannyasis and the devotees who stood strong for the truth and Hinduism, along with Paramashiva, encountering so much persecution, that too all baseless persecution. We have Ma Chitrabhanu sharing, the sheer courage the sannyasis have shown is amazing and superb. The devotion and determination to support and defend their guru is admirable. Thank you so much, Ma Chitrabhanu Ma. We have Anne-Marie Casso saying, I just feel like living as highly, as strongly, as deeply as you did, and follow Swamiji till the end. Beautiful. Thank you, everyone. And there are so many more comments that are flooding YouTube and Facebook, but just in the interest of time, it's time for us to get ready to receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Thank you, everyone, for supporting us. Thank you, everyone, for standing by Kailasa. Thank you, everyone, for offering your deepest gratitude at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Thank you for being there and supporting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And if I can just share one thing before we enter into the meditation, share this news virally. Share the post on the FB, the Facebook page of the HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Share the tweets with the hashtag UN recognizes persecution of HDH Nithyananda and Kailasa. It is important that we, as the disciples, followers of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and as e-Kailashians, share this virally with the world. Let the world know what the anti-Hindu elements and the neo-Hindutva elements did to Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it is a responsibility of us to let the world know how the Supreme Pontiff continued to contribute, even amidst this relentless, brutal persecution of the Supreme Pontiff. With that, it's time for us to enter into the meditation. I invite each and every one of you to please sit straight and close your eyes. Just look in and think about all that Supreme Pontiff has done to each and every one of us. How much he has made himself available in spite of this persecution. How much he has been available for each and every one of us in spite of his forced exile. How much the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has attended to each and every one of us individually. How he has been the spiritual strength of all of us amidst this persecution and attack. And how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is continuing to contribute to humanity with wisdom. Just remember all the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And remember your deep feeling connection, your beloved Guru. As we get ready for yet another darshan and satsang. Visualizing Swamiji in your Ananda Ganga. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Intensely connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let your whole body just melt, remembering and experiencing the gratitude for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let every cell in your body feel the gratitude. Offer the gratitude. Let every cell in the body offer the gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is standing to revive Kailasa, who is standing strong to revive the enlightened civilizational nation and the territorial nation Kailasa, so that we are never displaced, so that we as Hindus never need to be displaced again. Intensely chant the Mahavakya, offering your deepest gratitude at the divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda. Let your heart melt, let your eyes flow, let your being completely soak in the space of gratitude, devotion, surrender. Intensely chant the Mahavakya. Let your whole being reverberate with the chanting of the Maha. Om Nithyananda. Continue to chant the Mahavakya. Just remember all the times Supreme Pontiff has been with you, guiding you through thick and thin, being available to you, protecting you, taking care of you, guiding you, healing you. Just remember each and every moment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Just remember who experienced the deep, powerful presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Remember how blessed we feel having Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in our lives, taking care of us, protecting us. Just having the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as our Guru, the biggest treasure, the biggest jackpot, the biggest lottery that we have in our life.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
बन्धवे नमो नित्याय नाम शोषितान मध्वबान्धवे नमो नित्याय पामरेतर प्रधान बन्धवे नमो नित्याय कालभीत विप्र बाल पालते नमो नित्याय शूल भिन्न दुष्ट दक्ष पालते नमो नित्याय मूल कारणाय काल कालते नमो नित्याय पालयाधुना दयाल बालते नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु मुख्य दान हेतवे नमो नित्याय दुष्ट दैत्य वंश धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय सृष्टि रक्षणाय धर्म सेतवे नमो नित्याय अष्टमूर्तये वृषेन्द्र केतवे नमो नित्याय आपदत्रिनेत्रटङ्क हस्तते नमो नित्याय पापहारि दिव्य सिन्धु मस्तते नमो नित्याय पापधारिणे लसन्न मस्तते नमो नित्याय शापदोष खण्डन प्रशस्तते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे व्योमकेश दिव्य भव्य रूपते नमो नित्याय हेम मेदिनी धरेन्द्र चापते नमो नित्याय नाम मात्र दग्ध सर्व पापते नमो नित्याय कामनैकतान हृद्दुरापते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्ममस्तकावली निबद्धते नमो नित्याय जिह्वगेन्द्र कुण्डल प्रसिद्धते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्मणे प्रणीत वेद पद्धते नमो नित्याय जिह्वकाल देक दत्त पद्धते नमो नित्याय कामनाशनाय शुद्ध कर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामगान जायमान शर्मणे नमो नित्याय हेमकन्ति चाकचक्य वर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामजासुरांग लब्ध चर्मणे नमो नित्याय जन्म मृत्यु घोर दुःख हारिणे नमो नित्याय चिन्मयैक रूप देह धारिणे नमो नित्याय मन्मनोरथावपूर्तिकारिणे नमो नित्याय सन्मनोगताय कामवैरिणे नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे यक्षराज बन्धवे दयालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षपाणि शोभिकाञ्चनालवे नमो नित्याय पक्षिराज वागहृच्छयालवे नमो नित्याय अक्षिपाल वेद भूततालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षहस्तनिष्ठ जात वेदसे नमो नित्याय अक्षरात्मने नमाध्वडौजसे नमो नित्याय दीक्षित प्रकाशितात्म तेजसे नमो नित्याय अक्षराज वागते सताङ्गते नमो नित्याय राजदाचलेन्द्र सानुवासिने नमो नित्याय राजमान नित्य मन्दहासिने नमो नित्याय राजगौरकावतं सभासिने नमो नित्याय राजराज मित्रता प्रकाशिने नमो नित्याय दीनमानवालि कामधेनवे नमो नित्याय सूनबाणदाग कृत्कृशानवे नमो नित्याय सानुराग भक्तरत्न सानवे नमो नित्याय दानबन्धकार चण्ड भानवे नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द सर्वमङ्गलाकुचाग्रशायिने नमो नित्याय सर्वदेवतागणातिशायिने नमो नित्याय पूर्वदेवनाश संविधायिने नमो नित्याय सर्वमन्मनोज भङ्गदायिने नमो नित्याय लोकभक्तितोऽपि भक्तपोषिणे नमो नित्याय माकरन्द सारवर्षि भाषिणे नमो नित्याय एकबिल्वदानतोऽपि तोषिणे नमो नित्याय नैक जन्म पापजाल शोषि नमो नित्याय संगर प्रवृत्त वैरि भंगते नमो नित्याय अंगजारये करे पुरंगते नमो नित्याय ईशित क्षण प्रदान हेतवे नमो नित्याय आकिताग्निपालकोक्ष केतवे नमो नित्याय देहि कांति धूत रौप्य धातवे नमो नित्याय गेक दुःख पुंज धूम केतवे नमो नित्याय रक्ष दीन सत्कृपा कटाक्षते नमो नित्याय दक्ष सत्त तंतुनाश दक्षते नमो नित्याय रुक्ष राज भानु पावकाक्षते नमो नित्याय रक्ष मां प्रपन्न मात्र रक्षते नमो नित्याय व्यंकुटाणये शिवंकराय ते नमो नित्याय संकटाधितीर्न किंकराय ते नमो नित्याय कंकभीषिता भयंकराय ते नमो नित्याय पंकजाननाय शंकराय ते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा कर्मपाशनाश नीलकण्ठते नमो नित्याय शर्मदाय वर्य भस्मकण्ठते नमो नित्याय निर्ममर्षि सेवितोपकण्ठते नमो नित्याय गुन्महेन तीर्णमद्विकुण्ठते नमो नित्याय विष्णपाधिपाय नम्र विष्णवे नमो नित्याय शिष्टविप्रहृत्कुपाचरिष्णवे नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु नित्यतुष्ट जिष्णवे नमो नित्याय कष्टनाशनाय लोकजिष्णवे नमो नित्याय अप्रमेय दिव्य सुप्रभावते नमो नित्याय सत्प्रपन्न रक्षण स्वभावते नमो नित्याय स्वप्रकाश निस्तुलानुभावते नमो नित्याय विप्रडिम्ब दर्शितार्द्रभावते नमो नित्याय सेवकाय मे मृड प्रसीदते नमो नित्याय भावलभ्यतावक प्रसादते नमो नित्याय भावकाक्ष देव पूज्य पादते नमो नित्याय कामकाङ्ग्रि भक्तदत्त मोदते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा मुक्ति मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय अंतकांतकाय पापहारिणे नमो नित्याय शन्तमाय दन्ति चर्मधारिणे नमो नित्याय संतताश्रितं यथा विदारिणे नमो नित्याय जन्तुजात नित्य सौख्यकारिणे नमो नित्याय शूलिने नमो नमः कपालिने नमो नित्याय पालिने विरिञ्चि मुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय लीलिने विशेष रुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय शीलिने नमः प्रपुण्यशालिने नमो नित्याय मुक्ति मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा नित्या हरे नित्यानंदा
ओम जय नित्यानंद जय
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम्
अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen, listen intensely. Divya Sarira, the body, indestructible, effulgence, which is inside all of us. Please understand, this Divya Sarira is the core component of all of us. There is no person who does not have Divya Sarira. Everyone has a Divya Sarira. How much ever you think you are good or bad, you think you are God or demon, whatever you think, you have a Divya Sarira. That Divya Sarira strengthened, energized, inspired by sattvic food to the body, sattvic food to the mind, sattvic food to the consciousness. Enjoy these three in your life continuously. Don't worry about what should be negated. See, focusing on what need to be negated makes you very depressed, even feeling deprived. Instead, enjoy what need to be gained. Listen. I have always seen in this 40 years of my Chaturmasya, please understand, it has become almost 40 years now, coming Chaturmasya. This Guru Purnima is my 40th Chaturmasya. In my 40 years of Chaturmasya, Chaturmasya is the 4-year vow, 4-month vow. Chaturmasya means in Sanskrit, the exact meaning is 4-month. That 4-month vow, sannyasis take to replenish themselves, rejuvenate themselves with this sattvic energy, feeding the body with intense sattvic food, feeding the mind with intense sattvic food. Mind has a beautiful sattvic food. Feeding the consciousness with intense sattvic energy.
and strengthening the Divya Sarira. The whole purpose of Chaturmasya is that only. These 4 months focused on that strengthening of the Divya Sarira. See, if the Divya Sarira in you, the self-effulgent light body in you, if that is strong, you are an enlightened being. You enjoy best things of the consciousness, your existence. You enjoy the best gifts of your existence. If that self-effulgent Divya Sarira gets more and more covered, you get deluded, suffer with the external world, delusions, deluge and whatnot, whatever. Now I don't want to get into the negative side description. If you miss strengthening Divya Sarira, what happens? I don't want to waste time on that. I only wanted to describe how to strengthen the Divya Sarira. Self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa Sutta Sarira, Daiva Sarira, which all of us has. All of us have. The methodologies to strengthen the Divya Sarira and manifest powers of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva. This truth is the message from Paramashiva directly to the whole humanity. Let me explain this truth, this message. Please understand. Yesterday, many people were asking me, Swamiji, in the pre-Satsangh, your sannyasis and sannyasinis and whole Kailasa and Sangha is explaining all the persecution you went through and so much of material evidences, facts are presented by them. What they are talking in the pre-Satsangh yesterday or last few days, and when you come for Satsangh, what you are speaking means what I am speaking and what they are presenting, both are not even connected. Many people are questioning me. Listen, please understand. They are talking about what unconscious human beings have done to us. I am talking about what Kailasa is giving it to all of you. Please be very clear. My work, my responsibility, my focus for which I happened is to bring the greatest gifts from Mahakailasa, as I said, the ground zero, where decisions are made where the consciousness is making decisions about the existence. I am straight coming from that space. Straight I am from that space now. So I am sharing what Maha Kailasa, Paramashiva wants to share with you all. I am going to give what I need to give it to the world. And what my sannyasis are telling in the pre-satsang hosting, it is true. I have been attacked. My sannyasis have been attacked. My sangha has been attacked. It is true. They are telling what the unconscious humanity has given to us. See, I wanted to share 3 things with you all. First, what I need to give to the humanity. Gifts from Maha Kailasa. The science of enlightenment, the science of power manifestation, the science of becoming superconscious beings. This is the essence of why life happened on planet Earth. Why living beings happened on planet Earth. My purpose is to give superconscious breakthrough for which living beings have happened on planet Earth. So all the gifts, I have so much to give it to all of you. And I tell you, this Aushadha science, the thoughts can be used to program plants, herbs. I have already proved this not only through me, through my Gurukul Balasans. My Balasans can talk to any rose plant for 10 days without touching the rose plant, make that rose plant drop all their thorns, not one. Hundreds of rose plants under CCTV camera. All my kids do is they go and sit and talk to those plants, relate with those plants, give them the love, feeling secured, energy and consciousness. Those plants just drop the thorns. I have proved this science multiple times, thousands of times, through many of my balasans, in many of my ashrams, and still I can prove, I can demonstrate even now. So this is the science. And now I want to tell you the next level. Any disease, the cure needed for the disease is a conscious energy which need to be inserted into your body, can be programmed into any herb, and that herb can be given to you, you will be healed. It's a science. It's a greater science. This science is called Aushadhi. This is the core science of materia medica of Hindu medicine. Understand? I've learnt this Aushadhi science from my 3 gurus. My gurus, 3 of them are masters of this Aushadhi science. Isakki Swami and Kuppammal. I always considered both of them as together one being, because actually one being used both the bodies. I know for sure. Only one person used both the bodies. And Raghupati Yogi. We even have a beautiful photograph of Raghupati Yogi personally applying an Aushadha on one of his disciple. The disciple, I think, is from outside India, abroad. He had some paralytic attack. Just only in 3 days, my Guru has healed him completely with Aushadha and Narayana Swami Tata. These 3 masters of this Aushadha science gave me this knowledge. Of course, ultimately, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself showered the whole experience and expertise. Listen. Herbs can be programmed. Plants can be programmed. Consciously programmed. This is the Hindu materia medica science. If somebody learns this science, it is 100 times more than getting any MBBS, MD or anything. Unfortunately, Hindus neither understood nor recognized due to the continuous persecution done on them, genocide done on them. All the knowledge of the Hindu tradition was destroyed, and even Hindus are made to lose confidence on the knowledge. And after a few generations of brainwashing, even Hindus feel all these are false, and they attack the Hindu gurus who are trying to revive all these great truths. It's like some part of your own body destroying your body, like autoimmune disorder. Hindus have been infected by the anti-Hindu elements with the autoimmune disorder. Part of your own body destroys your body, like HIV virus, this AIDS. That kind of a mental setup has been infused. Consciousness has been infused into Hindus. And unfortunately, due to this hundreds of years of persecution and making sure all this knowledge not available to common Hindus, this all made to look like a myth, fake stories, legend, or maybe long before, thousands of years before, this science was there, but now it is not there, or it is not possible to revive. All these kind of ideas are inserted into the common Hindus' minds, and anybody who is trying to establish, revive this science is beaten black and blue and destroyed. See, unfortunately, Hindus lost the understanding about this collective integrity. See, if a ship has to stay afloat, all the mechanisms in that ship need to stay integrated. It can be the maintenance engineer or the cleaning staff, captain, all the equipments fixed in the ship, everything, the machineries and all human beings, all of them need to be integrated for the ship to stay afloat. A maintenance supervisor cannot say, I have done my job, but the cleaning staff is not doing his job. What can I do? Anyhow, if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed because I have done my job. If a maintenance engineer thinks he is a fool because when the ship sinks, he is also going to die. Not only is going to lose his job, he is going to lose his life. Please see the photograph of my Guru, Raghupati Yogi, applying Aushadha on a patient and healing him from stroke. Maybe he had a stroke and some problem in his spine. So Raghupati Yogi applied the Aushadha and healed him completely. I have seen the Raghupati Yogi's love and compassion. Now listen, let me tell you. For the ship to stay afloat and reach the place where it need to reach, everyone in the ship need to be integrated. It's called collective integrity. A maintenance engineer cannot think, oh, I have done my job, but the fuel manager is not doing his job, or the cleaning person is not doing his job. So if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed. I will not be questioned. I am safe. Let whatever happens to others, or whatever others do or don't do, what is there for me? That level of integrity will not work for the ship to stay afloat. This is exactly done by the Hindus. In the modern day, everyone says, oh, I have tried my best. I have done my best. But others are not doing. What can I do? I have seen this as a typical mold. Same narrative. Whether it comes to reclaiming the political legitimacy of the Hindus, or reclaiming their temples, or reclaiming their organizations and religious freedom, or any guru's organizations running. Please understand, any problem Hindus are facing, still being the slave. Please be very clear. Any Hindu not living under the Hindu constitution is a slave. This is a definition. How the Muslims are very clear. If you are not living under the Islamic law, Islamic constitution, you are a slave. So be very clear. Hindus should understand,
if you are not living under Hindu constitution and Hindu law, if you are not living somewhere, please listen. Let me put it very clearly. If you are living in a place where Veda Agamas are the constitution and Manusmriti is the jurisprudence, you can freely declare, you can openly declare, you are a free Hindu. You are a Hindu with freedom to practice Hinduism. Anyone living anywhere where the Veda Agamas are not constitution and Manusmriti is not jurisprudence, you are a slave. At least realize it. Wake up to the truth, reality. What you should do, all that I don't know. I'll at least tell the truth. At least wake up to the truth. Be very clear about it. So whether you ask the Hindus, why are you living a slavery life? Why you don't have a religious freedom? Why your temples are not under you, it's under the government? Why your temple wealth is not used for running gurukuls, the Hindu schools? Why your temple wealth is not being used to develop and spread Hindu medicines? The most funny thing, many of the so-called Hindu ashrams and Hindu organizations run Christian medical institutions. They are not realizing we have a great Hindu medical science. Because the Hindu medical science is neither given legal legitimacy nor given social legitimacy. It's always under constant threat. Even though the Hindu medicinal system is its depth and breadth, everything is far more than any other medical system in the world. "2,000 years before, our guys have performed cosmetic surgery. The Hindu doctors and Hindu medical visionaries like Shushruta, many of the Hindu surgeons, if we have developed our science and retained what we developed, today the Hindu medicine would have been the most powerful. And Hindu medicine is always about the healing and cure. It has nothing to do with monetizing. See, the Hindu medicine is kept in pure form without economical agendas and political agendas. By being kept with the Brahmanas, neither the economical agendas of the Vaishyas can interfere, nor the political agendas of the Kshatriyas can interfere with the Hindu medicinal system. The whole knowledge was vested with the Brahmanas. And please, all of you understand, when I talk about the Varna, it is based on the quality of a person, not by birth. You ask any question to Hindus, why your medical system, Hindu medicinal system is destroyed? Why you guys are not having any respect for the greatest and oldest jurisprudence, the Hindu law Manusmriti, everyone will have one answer. Oh, I am done, I am doing whatever I can, but others are not doing. What can I do? Exact answer. A maintenance engineer in a ship, if he gives, what will happen to the ship? That exactly same thing is happening to these guys. We need Hindus to start thinking with a collective integrity. Not only I will do my job as maintenance engineer, I will make sure the fuel manager does his job as fuel manager. And cleaning person does his job as a cleaning person. We need that kind of an ecosystem for Hinduism to be revived. I decided very clearly that can be done only in a place where we have political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the grace of Paramashiva, I got a place. Maybe small, but I got a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty for Hinduism. Hindu nation, Kailasa. Only in this place, this collective integrity ecosystem can be built. A maintenance engineer spends 60% of his working time for his job and the other 40% to integrate with other teams and make sure the other teams are also in integrity so the ship stays afloat. And I tell you, many of my Adinavasis who are still there in Adi Kailash or in our ashram, or some of the Adinavasis who left, many of them are highly integrated. Unfortunately, they are not trained in this vision, science of collective integrity. See, many of them are very highly integrated. They say, I have done my job. I am very integrated. Swamiji knows. What can I do if others are not doing? That is not going to bring the result. If a maintenance engineer, even if he is highly integrated and he doesn't care about the fuel manager properly adding fuel to the ship engines, the ship is going to sink. And maintenance engineer may not be blamed, but he is going to lose his job and life. Many of the individually integrated people in my Sangha missed this truth. Only with the collective integrity, the ship can stay afloat. If not, you may not be blamed because you have been integrated. But the final result is not going to happen. You are also going to lose your job and life both. I thoroughly understood. Hindus have been beaten too long. And maximum they have the energy only to be individually integrated. They don't have energy to manage the collective integrity. So only the captain has to be responsible for the collective integrity. I realized that the collective integrity, education, and evolving a structure with a collective integrity. For reviving Hinduism, we need a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the blessings of Paramashiva, Ganapati, Kalabhairava, all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, Bhuma Devi, we got a place for Kailasa with the political sovereignty and legitimacy. We have a place. More than one place, actually. We have a place now, more than one place. I tell you, I have to do it. I cannot waste time in blaming, in cursing. I don't have time for that. I'm already 43. I have to do it. Of course, the grace of Paramashiva, we did it. We have a place now. The base is ready. Now the collecting the individuals and organizing. Even now I can see I have amazing individuals who are so highly dedicated and integrated to me. I can name every one in front of me. If you see the integrity of Ma Divyananda, she is equivalent to a Nayanmar. Push Murugai and Saras Murugai. Sumati, Ma Parameshwara, Karunananda, Ma Paramananda. I can go on reading everybody. I tell you, I never praise Ma Pranapriya, her integrity. If I need a kidney, I don't need, I will never need, I am very healthy and I am going to live a healthy life. I am giving you, for example, if I need a kidney, I will take only from Ma Pranapriya, because she will not even repent 1 second, oh, I gave my kidney to Swamiji. That kind of integrity. But this individual's integrity will not be enough. We need collective integrity. There are so many people who gave their life to me, not just their wealth. They will even give a body organ to me if I need. If I need a kidney, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. If I need an eye, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. I have such highly integrated, dedicated, devoted people. But unfortunately, none of them understand that it is a collective integrity which is needed to make Kailasa successful. Not just individual integrity. Everyone is so happy and satisfied and fulfilled. I am individually integrated to Swamiji. Hey, that is not enough. I am telling you, na. Pushp and Saras Murugai, I am giving you an example. Saras Murugai and Pushp Murugai, they gave all their wealth to me. Sarvavari Tyagis.
Not even 1 second they even felt did they do right or wrong. They know for sure giving everything to Swamiji is the ultimate right best thing. As I told, if I take a kidney from Ma Prana Priya for me, not even 1 second she will repent or think, or she will not even have a second thought. Did I do right or wrong by giving my kidney to Swamiji? Never ever she will have a second thought. I have such highly integrated people. You see, these few names I uttered because they are in front of my eyes. And I have long list. The names I have not uttered. But unfortunately, none of them understand just the individual integrity is not enough for the ship to stay afloat. It is collective integrity that is required. Pranapriya will not have any problem to give her kidney to me. She will not even have a second thought. But she cannot go for rounds all over the campus and make everyone work and keep everyone's integrity. Because she doesn't understand. It is collective integrity that keeps the ship stay afloat. Same way Saras Murugai. She will work 24/7 for me. But she cannot ask the other people in the team to work. I tell you, this is one of the biggest curse Hindus are suffering. Everyone feels, oh, I am integrated, I will do what I need to do. Others are not doing, what can I do? It is captain's responsibility in making collective integrity happen, everyone to be integrated, not mine. Sometimes people in the ship, one side maintenance team enjoys the other side maintenance team failing, thinking, oh, see how we are victorious now, they are failing, and that side of the ship, such big holes are happening. Hey, if the water comes in and the ship sinks, all of you are going to die. Why don't you understand? Hindus lack this understanding. In every level, whether, see, a major 100 problems of Hindus, if you list, their temples are not in their hands. All the income, money comes to the temple. For spreading Hinduism is not used for that purpose. And all the wealth dedicated and donated for Hinduism by their ancestors is not used for that purpose. Somebody was telling me the other day, I am not talking about one state or any one country, and I don't interfere in any country's internal administration and all that. I am talking to Hindus to wake up. Wherever you are suffering slavery, you need to understand. Many of the wealth dedicated by their ancestors to revive and maintain Hindu arts Hindu medicine, Hindu spiritual truths, the wealth is not being used. Whether it's a political slavery or the persecution Hindus suffering, or not having the religious freedom to own their religious worship places in their control, not having the freedom to practice their religion as they want, as the agamas, their religious scriptures describe, not able to maintain and hold their religious organizations or religious wealth under them. You ask any question, any problem to any Hindu thinkers, think tanks, Hindu organizations, Hindu leaders, Hindus, whether common Hindu or Hindu thinkers, ask them, any of them, these questions. Why the Hindu gurus are being attacked left, right, center through the hate speech, and systematically the Hindu organizations are pulled down, collapsed, and why Hindus are keeping quiet without defending the Hindu gurus who are the... See, Hindu gurus are attacked to destroy Hinduism. Please understand, the anti-Hindu elements, their goal, their aim is Hinduism. Because the Hindu gurus are defending Hinduism and promoting Hinduism, they are being attacked. And Hindus are not waking up to this truth. You ask any of these questions, this top 100 questions, top 100 problems. You list top 100 problems of the Hindus. Getting bullied in the cyberspace. So much of cyber bullying. All the major social media organizations are anti-Hindu. Racist. So much cyberbullying, racist attacks on Hindus. They don't have their temples under their control. Their gurus are being attacked left, right, center. Every day one guru is pulled down with false accusations, false cases, lawfare, hate speech, very systematically. List all these 100 problems and ask these questions. Everyone will say, oh, I am doing whatever I can. But others are not doing. What can we do? We need Hindu leaders who understand collective integrity truth. It is collective integrity which is going to keep the ship stay afloat. Even if you have only 10 people in your team, if you are able to make that whole team collective integrity, your Kailasa will be successful. You can be head of a Kailasa and it will be successful. I tell you, in every level, I have to do my responsibility. In my responsibility, things to do list, foremost, first priority is to bring all the great superconscious gifts from Kailasa and share it with you all. That's my first priority. As I told, strengthening your Divya Sarira with the right methodologies, making your body sattvic through yoga, right aushadha, and sattvic food, making your mind sattvic and powerful through completion, unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, making your consciousness powerful by that sattvic Paramashivananda, introducing literally the existence, conscious existence of Paramashiva. You just know Paramashiva is alive and he is in me. He is sitting alive, blissful, with his broad swarupa. Paramashiva Paramburul, knowing he is alive in you. Makes your consciousness sattvic. My first and foremost responsibility is to bring these great gifts to all of you. And to bring these gifts to all of you and share it with all of you, making all of you enlightened and enjoy. This is my first and foremost responsibility, and this is my first priority. My second priority, second work is making all my Sangha, people who have given their life to me, making them understand the great truth of collective integrity. As I told, I have the best people, most dedicated. One of the most sweetest message I received in last few days is Akhil Kodali sending me message, Swamiji, please come to Satsang. I miss you too much. I could not control my laughter. Actually, this message from Akhil Kodali has put such a wide smile on my face. Hey, this fellow having so much romance and love. I tell you, I have best people around me. Akhil will give anything he has for me, will not even think he has given that to me. He will literally feel he is enjoying that through me. That kind of a love. I have such highly integrated people. But unfortunately, all of them need to understand the importance of collective integrity. It is only the collective integrity which will keep the ship afloat, successful. Write 108 times collective integrity, collective integrity. Collective integrity, collective integrity. Not selective integrity or individual integrity alone. Individual integrity is okay, good. But it is collective integrity. Only that can keep the ship afloat and successful. My second responsibility is making my Sangha, Kailasa, all the people who gave their life to me, who gave their individual integrity to me, making them realize collective integrity's importance. I think in all our ashram, in every room, we should put a small board beautifully. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat, not just individual integrity. So, the people who are working in accounts department, distributing money, and the people who are working in Goshala and keeping the Goshala clean and cows healthy, happy, and the people who are doing the agriculture and growing the herbs, and people who are doing puja in the temple, everyone need to have integrity to keep the ship afloat. The collective integrity only will keep the ship afloat, making the people who declared their integrity to me, making them realize the importance of collective integrity. I have some people highly dedicated, like Sri Shantapriyananda. He will be absolutely obedient to Guru Vak. Anything I say, he will simply obey. But complete loose, cranky. He cannot even talk to others. Make a simple coordination. Even simple coordination he cannot do. Sri Shantapriyananda, write 108 times. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat. Collective integrity makes the Kailasa successful. Collective integrity only will make my life successful. If one department fails, then be very clear, everyone is going to not only lose the job, lose the life, because the ship is going to sink. In all our ashrams, all our temples, all our monasteries, all our gurukuls, we should have a clear board. Almost like every hall, every room, even the devotee's house where you are literally living like an extended Kailasa, you should put a board. It is collective integrity that makes your life and Kailasa successful. People who can make collective integrity successful are the leaders. Working with others, whatever need to be done, making it happen. My second responsibility is teaching my Kailasa people the collective integrity. Third, my third work is making Hindus aware how they are being cheated, exploited, destroyed, hit, persecuted. I tell you, one of the worst thing is Hindus are not even realizing they are being persecuted, they are under siege. Very active war is going on. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking, dying religion. Sorry for using the word dying. Fastest shrinking religion. Go and see the statistics. Don't try to come and Kambusutufai here. Go and see the statistics. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking religion. Just see last 100 years track record. You will understand what I am saying. These three are my important responsibilities. Let me do my first responsibility. Inspiring, initiating, making all of you understand in every level working with your body, with your mind, with your consciousness, and experiencing Divya Sarira, the divine conscious body. Understand these few principles. These few principles which I am going to share with you all now are like universal, Sarvabhaumya. vrataha. These are like universal vows, universal principles. Satvik means anything which awakens the qualities of consciousness in you, like extreme love, fulfillment. I tell you, when I manifest from samadhi, the kind of the love and joy, excitement, intensity I feel, actually this withdrawing from the society, I am enjoying like anything. I am basically a loner. Enjoys is aloneness. I don't feel intimidated or disturbed by the crowd. Thousands coming. No, I don't feel disturbed. It's not that I hate people, no. But I enjoy my space, just being with me in samadhi. It is such an extraordinary, living joy, living experience of bliss, not imagination, theory, visualization, fantasy, no. Living, how? You feel you are alive in your body. Bliss is a living experience for me in samadhi. It is just alive. Anything infuses that bliss, alive, as living experience in you is sattva. That is what I call good food. Good food is sattva. Sattva is the good food. I am getting so many questions now, alive. The live questions. Bhushanananda is asking, dear Swamiji, what more can I do to keep the boat afloat? Bhushanananda, first drop all your fears, delusion. Go back to Adi Kailash. Decide your life is to keep the collective integrity. Sincere decision, intention to keep the collective integrity is enough. That will inspire everyone. Please understand, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, all over the world, whether it is a Adi Kailasa or Salem or Biddi or anyone who lives in my Kailasa, naturally, they have declared their individual integrity to me. They don't need to be inspired. They need to see others are also working for collective integrity. So let me also work for collective integrity. That's all. We just need few examples who are sincerely working for collective integrity. Then everyone will simply decide, yes, collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity keeps the boat afloat, keeps the ship afloat. They just need few examples who are sincere to work for collective integrity. Bhushanananda, go to Adi Kailasa, be an example. Through your sincerity, show that you want everyone to come to collective integrity constantly, holding the space, talking to everyone, reaching out to everyone, inspiring everyone, educating everyone about the collective integrity and how only collective integrity is going to make the ship afloat. Individual integrity alone is not enough to keep the ship afloat. You realizing and making everyone realize, that will only make the ship afloat. Bhushanananda, I know you are integrated to me individually, but you need to work for collective integrity. That is what is the real leader. Leader is a person who works for collective integrity, not just individually integrated. As I said, I have many people who will just be happily ready to donate their kidney for me, but cannot go around and inspire others, ask others, work with others, and make others also integrated and make the collective integrity. I'm just seeing all the questions, live questions. Everyone is asking, how can we make the collective integrity happen? Actually, there is no manual for it. You need to start working with people. You need to start listening to people. You need to start bringing completion with yourself and with people. You need to start building team. We have a clear process. Manifesting everyone's reality. That used to be the syllabus for Inner Awakening 4th level. We had Inner Awakening level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, where everyone's vision, ambition is shared and everyone tries to help to make everyone's vision into reality. So that should become the ecosystem, the collective integrity should become the ecosystem of every Kailasa. Any Kailasa where the collective integrity become ecosystem, that Kailasa will be successful. That's all. Maybe you can all think about collective integrity and have a Vakyartha Sadas about collective integrity. Not having collective integrity is the source reason and sole reason for all the problems of the Hindus. Any Kailasa brings collective integrity as the ecosystem will be successful and solve all problems of Hindus. See, when a collective integrity is brought, everyone in the team will be successful. Everyone will be successful. Simple, super determinism to have a collective integrity brings collective integrity. That's what I am doing. How much I am attacked, abused from externally and even from internally, how many ways I have been attacked. But super determinism to keep the collective integrity, that made the Kailasa successful. Kailasa happened. That is making the Kailasa stay afloat and successful. Let's do Vakyartha Sadas on this and bring all your questions. I'll answer all those questions tomorrow. The next satsang live. The next live satsang. I don't want to say tomorrow. Next live satsang. And also we will start the Parashakti, Paramashakti, Devi Bhava Darshan and Akashic readings. Soon. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all work on this collective integrity. Let's all radiate with collective integrity also. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धान्त स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महान्धकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।